Hey Bill, should we do a sound check?
I could hear you.
Triff.
Good afternoon, Miss Frederico. Are we good to go?
Yep, we're all set on my end.
Excellent. Thank you. Um, well, good afternoon. It is noon on Wednesday, August 21st, 2024, and you are joining us for a workshop in proceeding number 24M-0261M, which is a miscellaneous, that second M I probably just added. I don't think that belongs. Anyway, it's a miscellaneous docket intended to follow up on issues related to the gas infrastructure plan for Public Service Company of Colorado. I'm Megan Gilman, and I've been designated as hearing commissioner for this proceeding. Following the company's first gas infrastructure plan, or GIP, we're seeking to make interim progress on 3 specific areas in anticipation of the company's first adjudicated GIP to be filed in 2025. Those areas are gas load forecasting, system mapping, and the cost-benefit analysis in consideration of non-pipeline alternatives. As with the other workshops, I would kindly ask our presenters to try to define any acronyms you're using with their first use, if you can remember to do so, to help us ensure we can keep this content as accessible as possible to a broad audience. We want to ensure those who are trying to follow these issues can reasonably do so without getting lost in industry jargon and acronyms to the best extent possible. By way of background, today is the 3rd workshop we're holding in this proceeding. The others are recorded and available for those who wish to see them. We do not currently have any plans to deviate in a large way from the work plan that we laid out in decision R24-0481I. And I expect that the next step here is likely a decision that I'll issue directing the company to lay out proposals for how these 3 issues will be handled in the upcoming GIP, as well possibly as in subsequent GIPs. It may also include additional detail that we wish to lay out to be contained within the proposals, or specific things that should be addressed for comprehensiveness. After receiving these proposals from the company, I intend to ask stakeholders for comments or suggestions related to them. Before we get started, just wanted to give a huge thank you to our staff, Bill Reitz, Jesse Chula, Mike Mendelson, Wyatt Foreman, and Lindsay Dundas for helping to steer the ship, secure our speakers, organize things, and generally bring you what I expect to be some really good content today to help advance these issues. As you can hear, I'm struggling a little with my voice today, which I think is fine because we've got some really great experts who are going to speak to these issues better than I can anyway. In our last workshop, we discussed system mapping, and there was specific talk about static mapping components and characteristics that are either required elsewhere or could be provided in the GIP through mapping to be helpful to understand system planning. However, a discussion came up around hydraulic modeling, in part to understand that as a tool in understanding system condition and upcoming investment needs. Hydraulic modeling is a key part of the company's gas forecasting as they've described it in previous workshops. So we wanted to bring in someone to help talk through hydraulic modeling, what it shows, what it doesn't show, who can make use of that data, and more details. So I'm pleased to introduce Katie Elder, who's our first speaker, who's joining us from Aspen Environmental Group to aid us in advancing our understanding of issues related to hydraulic modeling. Hi, Katie. Good afternoon.
Hi. Hi, Commissioner.
Excellent. So Katie, we've got you for about 30 minutes or so, and then we can have a brief Q&A with any questions that come up during your presentation.
Nifty. Your voice is reminding me of a trip I made in June. I was at the American Public Power Association, and I had bronchitis. And I told the group, not only did I have bronchitis brain, but that if they made me laugh, I just cough. So don't make me laugh.
Yeah, it's not going great, but I'm hoping to get it back. And I will probably turn my camera off while you're speaking because I've got a lot of tea and soup here to keep it going.
Try to keep it under control and make it more comfortable.
you.
Hopefully that works. Good luck. Let's see. I'm supposed to be able to, I thought I was going to have slide control. I'm not sure what button did.
There's a button at the bottom that's called share. So if you click that, you'll be able
Oh,
to
okay. I'm going to share my slides. Okay. That was not obvious to me. Okay. Got it.
We're able to share them if you're not able to.
Yeah, I'm good. I'm good. So hopefully you can see my screen now. And then I need to put this into what view is it so that you see the
presentation mode. There you go.
There you go. Okay. Hi, everybody. I'm Katie Elder with Aspen Environmental Group. Most people, almost everybody calls me Katie. Let's talk just a little bit about what hydraulic modeling is. And hopefully I will help make this accessible to folks who who aren't used to thinking about it. What the heck is hydraulic modeling? Well, it simulates pipeline system operations in a computer platform. And it's based on, this will sound really complicated if you're not familiar with it, partial differential equations. And anybody who did calculus is now rolling their eyes going, I never want to look at those equations again. But those equations describe the flow of substances that compress with pressure through a pipe. So you compress the substance, it flows through a pipeline. And that's the essence of what hydraulic modeling does. You have to think about this in the context or remembering that the way that gas moves through a pipeline is it moves from a high pressure location to a low pressure location. So when you turn the valve or turn the knob on your stove, you are in essence opening a valve That will be the low pressure point, and the gas comes through because the gas in the pipeline is at a higher pressure than the pressure at your location where you've opened the valve. So that's what makes gas flow. And these equations measure how the gas flows through those pipelines. The things that affect how it moves are not only the pressure at the higher pressure point versus the low pressure point, but it's also affected by temperature, elevation, and friction through that pipeline. So those are some of the variables that are embedded in that equation. And I'm not going to show you the equations.
Katie, I'm not sure how to get in kind of the other presentation mode without the preview slide, but maybe you can just click away that orange box for us. Do you see that little orange box that got it? There you go. At least our fuse.
That did it? Okay. Thank you. I'm so used to looking at these things in just, PowerPoint mode rather than presentation mode. Okay, so who provides an HSNM? And that means hydraulic system network model. There are sort of four well-known hydraulic models that are out there. One is very, very well known. It's the old, some of us who are old enough call it the old Stoner model. It is now owned by DNV, a consulting firm called DNVGL. They have branded it Synergy Gas. And because other liquids also move through pipelines like water, there's a Synergy water too. So they've used the name Synergy to capture this notion of things moving through a pipeline. The Stoner model is the long time standard for big utilities. It turns out the very first license it's been around for 50 years. SoCal Gas in Southern California actually bought the very first license from I think it's Michael Stoner in 1970. And I believe, I can't remember if I think Public Service Colorado uses the Synergy model. I have that vague recollection. I think that's right, but they'll correct me later, I'm sure. GasWorks is a smaller model. It tends to be used by smaller utilities. So some of the municipal utilities are more likely to use GasWorks. It's been around for 30 years. The guy who wrote it is named Brad Bean out of Colorado Springs. So he's kind of local to all of you. Lots of the smaller utilities use that model. There's another big model. I believe its name is SAINT, and don't ask me what SAINT stands for, scenario analysis, something or other, but it's created by a company called NCORD. It's very frequently used in Europe. EPRI, which is the Electric Power Research Institute, and NREL, which is the National Renewable Energy Laboratory, have both used it. It is aimed not only at looking at the gas system's physical characteristics, but interconnections and interaction between it and electricity and electricity systems. So it's more worried about those interdependence issues, but you can separate it and just run the gas side. And I believe NCORD has an office there in Denver. The last one I'm going to mention is Greg Engineering's suite of models. Greg is out of Houston, if I recall correctly. WindFlow, WindTran, NextGen. It seems to me that WindFlow is I'll talk more about what this means in a minute, is their static steady state model, and WindTran is the transitory dynamic model. So these things are kind of like, they're pretty widely available and easy to obtain. Now, why does anybody need one of these? Well, the problem is that, and I just got to move this thing off my screen, the little thing for Zoom telling me that I'm sharing is kind of driving me up the wall there in the middle of my screen. All right, so if you have just a single pipeline and you have one input location and you have one output location, you can actually solve the differential equations pretty easily if you I was going to say if you're a gas engineer, but no, if you've had a little bit of math, you can do it. Not going to encourage my mother to do it, but if you've done a little bit of math, you can solve that. The problem is that there is no gas system that is a single input point with a single output point. They're just not, the gas systems are network systems with multiple pipelines, multiple gas gas service mains, receipt points into the system, distribution feeder mains. That's the term I was trying to think of. Valves at various locations, regulator stations. They're laid out and sort of go up and down the street grid, mains in almost every street. And so you have to, that set of equations you cannot solve easily. And we need the computing power to solve them in real time or over a set of a period. So multiple hours or even days. You could run a 3-day simulation. But most of the models are set up to run over the course of the day in transient mode or in steady state mode. I'm going to tell you a little bit more about what I mean by those two things. But the bottom line is that you need the model because the math is just too hard to solve quickly and easily without having that additional computing power that can do multiple things at once and deal with the multiple variables all at once. Okay, why is the dip page down button not working? There we go. All right, so what does a model do? And I should caveat this, that the model itself, the models that I talked about, let's go back up to this set of folks. These hydraulic system network models are really modeling platforms. And in the platform, you design or you specify, lay out your system. And we call that a model. So we model your system. When you model your system on one of these platforms, what does it do? What's the output that you get? Well, it's going to identify pressure violations. What are pressure violations? A pressure violation occurs when the pressure gets so low that the gas isn't moving anymore. At that point, you're curtailing load effectively, or you've got to curtail load in order to get the pressure back up so that the molecules will then move to where they're supposed to go. The other thing that can happen, another pressure violation would occur if the pressure gets too high. And the way that you alleviate that is by venting the methane. And we don't want to do that. And the alternative to that, to not venting the methane, is even worse. It's if the pipeline blows up or ruptures. We don't want that to happen. That would be even worse than venting the methane. But we don't want to contribute to the greenhouse gas emissions by venting that methane. And so we want the system to operate properly and get gas to where it needs to go. The model will also tell us the effect of opening or closing a valve. And opening or closing a valve is one of the ways that you control flows within the system. It will tell us what the compression needs are. So with some of the distribution systems, you may not have any compression within the system. I'm used to dealing with pipeline systems that have transmission, high pressure transmission, and compression. And so one of the things I can ascertain in a hydraulic model is how much compression I need, or can I eliminate some compression? It will also tell me what the impact is of a damaged pipeline or a line that I have to take out of service. And so imagine last 2 years ago in August, El Paso suffered a rupture near Phoenix. They can model with the hydraulic model, that's how they determine how much less gas they can flow through the system with that line damaged, with that line out of service. You can do that with distribution feeder main as well. And I'll give you some use cases, examples later on to make that even more clearer, I hope. I can show the impact of line pack changes over the course of the day. Some of you might be wondering, okay, Katie, what's line pack? Line pack is how much gas is like always in the pipeline that I can either overpressure, or I can squeeze the molecules closer together, or I can spread them farther apart. Lots of systems, especially at the distribution level, it's routine for a gas utility in advance of cold weather to pack the line or squeeze the molecules closer together using compression. And we do that because we know that that cold weather is going to induce higher demand. And by getting the system packed early, we help mitigate how much gas then is being sucked out of the pipe quickly as people turn up the heat. Or their furnaces need more gas to operate because it's so cold outdoors is a better way of saying it. But I can evaluate how line pack changes over the course of the day. One thing that's very important for many gas systems is to make sure that at the start of the gas day, which is usually 7 o'clock in the morning on most gas systems, we want to make sure that the system is as close to optimal condition as possible. And we want to make sure that any line pack that we lost overnight got recovered. And actually, it's not that you lose line pack overnight. I probably lost the line pack early in the evening when people came home and they wanted their, they cooked dinner and wanted their home to be warm for the evening. Overnight, they go to bed, demand drops, and that's when we restore line pack on the system. So I can monitor that line pack change or see how line pack is changing over the course of the day and make sure that I can restore pressure overnight. For those of you who have done electricity power flow modeling, and maybe none of you have, but if you have, gas system hydraulic modeling is really analogous to that power flow modeling. Now, what has always struck me as ironic is that consultants for decades have been able to go to like the Western Electricity Coordinating Council and sign a non-disclosure agreement and get the data set to simulate electricity transmission in the West or in ISO New England or in CERC or in ERCOT, whatever electric balancing authority or ICE or independent system operator balancing agency you're talking about. You've been able to do that for decades. Nobody in gas did it. And the gas utilities, when we first started asking, or I first started asking here in California, the California Energy Commission, the gas utilities were pretty wary about it. When that happened, there was no other state authority or regulatory agency that was looking at hydraulic modeling on its own. And so in that regard, I'm an instigator. But it just always struck me that we did this on electricity all the time. You want to build a power plant, you want to know if you can get it interconnected, you run the power flow analysis. But nobody in gas ever did that. We left it all to the utilities. So those days are changing. Okay, I went on a little bit too long about that. There are two modes that you can run the models in. One is a steady state mode, which gives you a snapshot at any given time of system conditions. And maybe you look at an average over the course of a day. Transient mode, in contrast, simulates all the hours of a day. And that's what we look at when we want to look at the restoration of line pack, for example. Now, some gas systems never bother to do transient, they only do steady state. And one of the reasons they might only look at steady state is that they perhaps do not have a large change in line pack on their system over the course of the day. In contrast, a system that has a lot of change in line pack or that doesn't have much line pack and needs to worry about that idea that it maintains that line pack all the time during all 24 hours of the day, they're going to run transient. So if you got a lot of line pack, you probably don't run transient. But if you have very little, you probably do run transient because you're using that modeling to help you manage the system. Now, why else would I want to use hydraulic modeling? Well, it lets one simulate system operations, and then the modelers and the operating staff can talk back and forth about what they see. The operating staff sees it in real time, what they physically see their system do, and the modelers are seeing, in theory, theoretically what the system can do. Sometimes they learn from each other. And in fact, I'm aware of a utility where this happens routinely. They confer back and forth. And every once in a while, especially as the operator changes or the modeler changes, they'll learn something they didn't know the system can do. So that's one reason to use hydraulic modeling. Another very common use is to look at when I've got new load, can I serve that new load with existing capacity, or will I need to add new capacity? Another use would be to confirm reliability. Make sure that my system can serve all of the load that I expect on a really super cold day. And then, as I mentioned before, and I'll reiterate this, I can use it to assess what happens if I have to take a pipeline segment out of service for either maintenance, or let's say I want to retire it, or I want to see if I can retire it. I can do that simulation in a hydraulic model. What happens with that out of service? Do the other pipelines, distribution lines, distribution feeder mains, are they capable of replacing that segment, making up for that segment? Or do I really need that segment in order to make sure that no load is curtailed? Remember, on the gas system, we all worry a lot about curtailments. And we worry about them in sort of differently than maybe folks do on the electricity side, because we have to go, a utility has to go house to house, building to building to restore service. You don't have to do that with electricity. So it takes a really long time to restore service, and the consequences can be severe. So wait a second, I'm about to hit the wrong button. Let's hit that button instead. I was going to hit stop share instead of clicking to go to the next slide. Brilliant, huh? Okay, what data do I need to run a hydraulic model? Well, I need load or demand forecast. And that can be by node. It doesn't necessarily have to be by premise. It can be by node. And a node could be either a meter, or it could be a regulator station. So you could run the system without necessarily having detailed individual customer data. You need the physical details of the gas system. And by that, I mean, you got to know where the valves are located, where the regulators are located. You need to know their operating characteristics. You need to know the maximum and minimum operating pressures, including the set points on the regulators, the inlet and outlet pressures on valves and any compressor stations that there might be on the system. You need to know the diameter of the pipeline segments. You need to know their length. You need to know the elevation. And I already mentioned compressors. You need to know where you're going to get gas into your system from. What are the receipt points? How much will I get from each receipt point? What's the pressure coming in at that receipt point? And you also need to understand the conditions that are required for solution. In other words, I may have a standing rule that the system is not, or that the model is not solving satisfactorily unless I restore line pack overnight. I know of a particular utility where that is a condition of solution. You've got to be able to restore line pack. If you can't restore line pack overnight, then that means you needed to have curtailed somebody the day before to make sure you can restore line pack. And that's one of their operating parameters. It's likely that most of this data, especially some of that detailed system data, is going to be confidential. The way to solve that problem is that you do non-disclosure agreements to get the data. Now, having said all that, do not try to get the data and build the model in one of the platforms yourself. Just get the file from the utility. Use the same model they're using, unless you want to have to build a model in the platform, but get their data file. This has got a couple of advantages or benefits. One is, as you do this, you want to talk to the utility modelers. You want their insight. You want to trade notes. You want them to tell you if you're screwing it up. Are you getting valid results? Do you see something that they didn't see? Do they see something in what you've done that you didn't see? You want that interaction. You'll have a much richer experience. You'll have a richer confidence in the data if you talk to them while you do it. The other thing you can do is you can get the SCADA data, which is the operating system data is the best way for me to describe that, from real time, from the real time operations, and compare that to your results. I wanted to share with you what a screenshot of one of the models might look like. This happens to be Spain. You might recognize it. And you can see here the way the physical system is laid out and defined in the modeling platform. On any one of these little nodes, like the yellow node or the purple node, I should be able, if I were actually running the simulation, I'd be able to click on that and I would get a little dialog box that tells me what the parameters of that particular feature of the system are, and I can change them. And that's one of the ways that you balance the model if you have a pressure violation or you're not getting good results, restoring a line pack at the end of the day. You would go in and change the operation of one of these and then rerun the model. It does have, and I'm going to say this is going to sound facetious, but it does have a little bit of a video game quality to it, in the sense that if you're new to this, you can sit and play with it for hours, changing thises and that's and seeing what happens on the system. Enough said. All right, so let me give you some use cases or some examples. There was an LNG developer who wanted to bring 1 billion cubic feet per day into a particular utility system. And they asked the utility what facilities would be needed in order for the utility to accept that 1 billion cubic feet per day. I said LNG, that's liquefied natural gas. The utility came back and said, well, we don't have enough demand within that part of our system to use a whole 1 billion cubic feet per day. So we need to be able to move the gas out of our system. And to do that, we have to build a big new compressor station. And that'll only cost you, I'll make a number up, $80 million. And you, LNG developer, you should pay for it. We found another solution. This actually really happened. We found another solution. The compressor station did not have to be built, but we spent time sitting with the utilities hydraulic modelers, looking at how they were running the system in order to help us figure out that solution ultimately. So that was one example of using a hydraulic model. Another one would be, if let's suppose I want to retire a pipeline segment, or I want to derate it from transmission to distribution, which might reduce cost because the maintenance requirements on distribution are lower than the testing and maintenance requirements for transmission. So maybe I want to derate it. The hydraulic model can help me figure out by how much load has to drop in order to be able to do that. A third example would be, I just want to independently validate or confirm what the utility is telling me. And you do that for transparency reasons, due diligence reasons. It gives stakeholders and regulators more confidence that they were able to replicate the results. It's just a good thing to be able to do. And so you can do that if you can run the model. Or you could have an independent reviewer run the model or look at the utility results and come back with a report. Now, another example would be, let's suppose you want to start blending hydrogen into the system to reduce its greenhouse gas emissions on combustion. Well, it turns out hydrogen has a lower energy density than natural gas. And so to obtain the same energy, more molecules have to float through the system or flow through the system. How many more? Well, a hydraulic model can tell you how many more. It can tell you when you need more compression to push that through. It can tell you when you need more pipe. And the more hydrogen you blend in, the higher the odds that you're going to hit those requirements where to deliver the same heat content to your customers at the end of the pipe, you're going to have to add either compression or pipe. I think this is my last example, and that's just to confirm, you can use the model to confirm reliability. Is capacity sufficient to meet demand? An overriding kind of consideration and desire by gas utilities is to be able to meet all of their customer demand. So I can use the model to do that. So the last thing I was going to do is reiterate, you shouldn't feel like to make use of hydraulic modeling that you have to license one of the models or get the data set and run it yourself. You really can learn a lot from interactive sessions where you visit with the utility staff that are running the model and see what they're doing with the model. Sit and ask questions. If I change the operation of that valve, what happens? If I change this, what happens? If I make that pipe bigger, what happens? If I make that pipe smaller, what happens? What happens if I take that pipe out of the system? But what you're looking for is where the system breaks, because that's going to tell you what the utility cannot do. You've got to have that particular piece of pipe or these customers don't get served. That's breaking the system. And many of these scenario changes can actually be run in real time. The model, especially with, well, I was going to say something I probably shouldn't say, so let me strike that. But you can make many of these changes in real time and rerun the model and see what happens. So that is it's not infeasible to say, let's take an afternoon session and sit down with utility X, put up their model and walk through it. You really can't do that. So with that, that's all I've got for you. Hopefully that gave you a sense of what you do with these models, how you do it, why they're useful, and what benefit that you can get from them, maybe without actually having to go and sit and run the model yourself, or maybe you do want to get the data set and run the model yourself. You really can do it. That's all I've got, Commissioner.
Thank you so much, Katie. Appreciate it. And thank you for that good primer intro into hydraulic modeling. We're going to follow up your presentation with a presentation by Public Service Company on integration of customer data into the gas hydraulic models, kind of stay on topic more or less. And then I plan to have kind of a brief Q&A, perhaps with both of you, related to hydraulic modeling once they're done. So Ms. Jones, welcome. Happy Wednesday. Good to see you again.
Hi, Commissioner Gilman. Nice to see you. For those of you who don't know me, my name is Grace Jones, and I am the Manager of Gas Strategic Planning here at Xcel Energy, and I work within the Integrated System Planning Department. So working with a lot of the hydraulic models that Catherine was just describing. I'm going to attempt to share my screen. We put together just a few slides to be brief today. And can everybody confirm that they can see my screen, please?
Yep, it looks good.
Okay, awesome. So today's topic, we wanted to talk a little bit about the integration of specifically customer data within the hydraulic gas models. And if you'll recall, we really want to dive deep into what we use, which is the customer management module. So I'll give an overview of what that is, how we use it, and how that is incorporated into the Synergy gas model. And you'll have to excuse me, Commissioner Gilman, I'm a little under the weather too, so something's going around. So I'll do my best not to cough on you. Wanted to reshare this capacity expansion annual process map that was shared from the first Commissioner information meeting 2 sessions ago. And as we discussed at that time, this is sort of the process that the company goes through in order to develop hydraulic gas models for use in present day for operational purposes, as well as forecasted design day planning models. And the 5 boxes on the screen are really where we're going to hone in on today, which is how we use the historical monthly customer data and meter read files, as well as the historical weather zone temperature data and small world GIS data into the customer management module in order to link customer data into associated model nodes. So a little bit of a high level overview. What is the customer management module, CMM, as I'll refer to it here on out? It is a tool within the Synergy Gas software package, and it provides the much needed link between the historical customer monthly usage data from the company's billing and information systems into the hydraulic model. What CMM really does is it calculates based on the information inputted within it, a estimated base and heating gas usage factor for each and every one of Fiesco's customers via CMM's load generation process. And one important thing to note here, so when I use the terminology base and heating gas usage factor, that gas usage factor is directly correlated to what we commonly refer to as the hourly design day peak hour gas demand. The other thing that CMM does is it assigns each of the customer's load to the closest approximate pipe or node via CMM's 3 assignment processes. So we utilize all 3 here at Xcel Energy. The first is most commonly used. It's a model-based assignment, and it uses XY coordinate data in order to determine what is the closest appropriate node within the Synergy Gas model that customer's data should be applied to. The second is an address fill-in where it cross-references addresses to make sure that addresses within close geography are assigned to similar nodes. And then the last and least commonly used is a manual assignment if for some reason we need to manually go in and assign customers to nodes within the model. Last thing here, so we use monthly meter read data. It is updated on an annual basis, and we do this following the winter heating season to ensure that customer gas consumption and changes to said customer gas consumption is incorporated into our gas modeling process each and every year. So this is really prudent to the gas modeling process in order to ensure that if a customer does change appliances within their home, their gas consumption patterns will be changed as well. And we want to make sure that that information is incorporated into our models on an annual basis. Excuse me. So a little bit diving into the details on how does CMM calculate that estimated heat and base load per customer. And the way that it does that is it uses a linear regression analysis. So it utilizes historical gas consumption as well as the average daily temperature for each customer to determine a respective base and heating factor by performing a linear regression analysis. An example of that is on the right-hand side of the screen, which is all of the data points for an example customer in which it looks at all the heating degree days per day, as well as the usage per day to develop kind of a linear regression. Inputted into this calculation is several different data sets, which I'll go into at higher detail, but at a high level, it is the customer data, the meter reads, which again are monthly, weather data, as well as GIS data. And then another great thing about the CMM software is when a new customer comes onto the system and there is not sufficient data to adequately predict the usage factors for that given customer, CMM will perform a factor substitution, which is essentially comparing that customer to similar customers within the same geographic location and rate class in order to develop an estimate for how that respective customer may utilize gas consumption at a design day peak hour. So diving into the details on the data input details that are inputted into the CMM tool, and as a reminder, this is done annually, we'll talk a little bit about customer data. So for the source of this, we use our Customer Resource System, or CRS, and we input several different key details regarding each and every customer. So this includes the rate code, the meter route, and then the status code. So this would be active or inactive. Address, and then the service ID, which is a combination of the premise ID, the type of meter that they're using, as well as the number of users at that particular residence or address. One thing to note here is the customer data generally remains static. That being said, the caveat to that would be if a tenant is updated, a meter is updated, a service status is changed, or a new customer comes onto the system. The next thing we pull into the CMM is the GIS data, and the source for this is our GE Small World, which was discussed in our last commissioner information meeting. And similar information is pulled in here. Again, we pull in the service ID, the pressure code of that individual customer, and all of the assets within the piping, the diameter code, the material code, and the coordinates of all of the pipeline assets. The next thing we utilize is weather data. And weather data is incredibly important to compare the billing and usage data to what was actually happening on the system. Was it cold? Was it warm? So again, we use the customer resource system for that data set. And we do this per weather zone. So for each weather zone, we pull in service ID, dates, and then the average temperature. So in result, it kind of contains the date and average daily temperature per weather zone. And then last, but certainly not least, is the meter reads. And this is, again, very critical coming from our CRS system. The service ID will be pulled in, the reading date, and then the actual gas consumption in standard cubic feet. And this is important because we pull in multiple years worth of data reads. This is extracted from our CRS system. One important thing to note here, though, is that generally for each rate class, one meter reading will be established per month. That is the level of granularity that we have currently on our meter reads, with the exception of some transport customers. So then how do we use the CMM data and actually incorporate it into the Synergy gas hydraulic model? A couple different steps, and I've tried not to get too far into the weeds here, but happy to take questions. So step one, as we discussed, the CMM calculates for each customer the estimated base and heat gas load. And then step two, once that is complete, CMM will also compare the customer location using the XY coordinates to the assets that were inputted into the Synergy gas model from GIS Small World. And through that process, what happens is each customer is assigned to the nearest pipeline main node based on the coordinate data. And once that is complete, we input the customer loading at a node level into the Synergy gas model. So while we have the information for all of our each and individual customers, it is kind of consolidated at the node level in order to perform the hydraulic model. And on the right-hand side of the screen, you'll see an anonymized portion of the Piesco system. This is sort of the way that the Synergy gas model will look when you actually are running it. And all of the red and orange lines are representative of pipeline mains in this particular instance. And then all of the green dots are going to be nodes. So important things to note here, when you're looking at Synergy gas, you typically do not model all of the service lines for several different reasons. Number one, the amount of information that it would take into the system while is accessible to the company really enables a slower data processing time without the added benefit of increased hydraulic knowledge. So we roll all of that information up to the node. So what you'll see here is generally the node that I have depicted on the screen could represent a single customer, or it could represent a neighborhood or a grouping of customers at that geographic location. So they're all consolidated into the model, into the design day peak hour gas demand, base, and heat. The information that we have in here is allocated by rate class for the customers in that geographic area. And that concludes the presentation that Public Service Company of Colorado has prepared for today, but looking forward to additional conversation and questions.
And thanks, Ms. Jones. Sorry, I keep expecting my voice to sound normal. My mom. Ms. Seltzer, if you're available, I might have you tick on too and just take a few minutes to hit a couple specific questions related to the hydraulic modeling while we're here. And then we do have some time reserved at the end of the session today for kind of a more all-encompassing discussion with everyone. Katie, maybe to start with you, in looking at kind of the specific purposes that we have for gas infrastructure plans, which are primarily around kind of understanding upcoming system needs, especially as it relates to system investments. Sorry, it strikes me that the information that's most useful here is really kind of identifying, especially kind of early on, identifying upcoming capacity needs, especially like how widespread are they? You know, if we're upgrading a pipe, are we also pretty close to upgrading the pipe upstream of that? You know, which is just not quite identifiable right now to the commission and stakeholders. Obviously, kind of capacity growth forecasts are part of our charge here also to understand how, especially with different initiatives promoting electrification, we kind of look at growth on the system moving forward. So how easy is it to evaluate different kind of growth scenarios as you look forward at those capacity needs within the modeling?
Well, I think it's pretty easy. Although there might be some people who might laugh when I say that, because you do have to have the hydraulic model up and or be conferring with the utility as it runs the hydraulic modeling and looking at their results and interacting with them on the screen as you make changes. But in theory, you should be able to say, let's say I have a new neighborhood that's being built, and the builder, of course, wants to pipe gas in, and so there, as they dig the trenches, they want to put gas line in the trenches. The question then for in a PSCO is going to be, can they serve that new neighborhood with their existing pipes? And so in the model, you'd add that new load, you'd run the simulation and see if you end up with any pressure violations along the upstream pieces of the pipeline system that would serve that neighborhood. And you could do that analysis, or in your model, you'll get the results all the way back up to your receipt point. So whatever receipt point that the utility is taking gas from, say, an interstate pipeline, should be able to, the system, when you define it in the model, in the platform, your model in the platform would go all the way back up to your interstate pipeline receipt point. And so all along that route, I should be able to see what the impact is of serving that new neighborhood or not serving it.
Considering over the time that new neighborhood might be built, we might have other houses or other commercial buildings coming up in different downstream locations. So I think kind of that is not so much probably the load of a discrete new neighborhood with applications.
Right.
It's more the nebulousness of what the rest of the forecast is, right? For the rest of the area that then also contributes to those upstream, you know, and that's where I question, you know, how easy is it to test different assumptions on what that other kind of ambient load growth is that we kind of build into the forecast to understand when needs are likely to hit.
I think you should do a with and without. So you've got your regular load growth that should be built into the forecast, and you run the simulation, then add this new neighborhood or whatever and see what the change is. So you can do an off and an on for that particular new load. But the guts of it's going to come from your underlying load forecast and growth in that underlying load forecast. And that would get picked up and modeled too. So you wouldn't just model this particular neighborhood. You can see my hands are showing this neighborhood. That you're going to run the whole system with the anticipated load growth out of the load forecast. And you can easily change that demand forecast. Either increase the load growth or decrease the load growth.
Yeah, I think that's my question, is kind of the unknown factor of what that other load growth is. And in terms of, is that really one number, or is it a range that we all understand and can kind of test the bounds of, to say, well, if it goes more this direction, these will be the needs, and if it is
Right,
on the
right.
lower end, these are the needs.
Exactly. But that's a forecasting issue, not a hydraulic modeling issue. In other words, that gets captured in the forecast. I take that forecast and I plug that forecast into the hydraulic platform, and it tells me how the system will operate. But it all comes from what is in your underlying load forecast.
Okay, but relatively reasonable to test different forecasts in.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Um, so one more question for you, Katie. We've begun in the electric space to see multiple interveners in our proceedings be able to run kind of the resource planning modeling to either mimic what the company's doing or test new assumptions. I'm curious on the transferability here. You know, you initially described the hydraulic modeling as relatively available and easy to obtain. Is it, in your opinion, really reasonable that interveners, like we've got state offices, ratepayer interests, environmental organizations, would have a license and have the expertise to run this? Or is it something more likely, you know, that we would likely need to have the company kind of display or show or run through to have people actually be able to understand and engage on that?
Well, I have the experience of having it kind of built up from the ground, hydraulic modeling expertise at the California Energy Commission. And they bought a license. My recollection is, and I'm not going to quote the right number because I don't know how it's changed, but I'm pretty positive a license will cost less than 100K. But then there's training that you're going to want to do in order to be able to use the model and sit in front of the controls and actually operate it, plus time to spend interacting with the utility to make sure that you've actually got it right. And then I think that we ended up devoting one full-time position at the Energy Commission to be able to do this. So in terms of, you know, your out-of-pocket costs and personnel costs, certainly add up, and it's sufficiently the learning curve, you know, and I'll kind of laugh and say it's easy, but the learning curve, I know that there's a utility where which will tell you that it doesn't let anybody who's doing the modeling go out in public or anywhere else present results until they've been doing it for a year. I'll also tell you that that seems to be kind of excessive. It's not that complicated. We've had people who've picked it up and taken to it pretty quickly, like within a period of a couple of months. But those people have spent time, a lot of screen time, playing with the model, playing with the system, seeing what they could make it do, and then going back to the utility and said, hey, I got this result when I did this. Does that make sense to you, or am I missing the boat? So we use a lot of that interactive time as well. So it's not something where you just buy the model and sit and instantly run it. It does take an investment of time and personnel as well as dollars in order to be able to do it.
Well, thanks for that. Ms. Jones, a follow-up for you. In looking at your description of how you use the customer data to then kind of build up, it sounds to me, kind of putting in my own words, maybe a little simpler. You're looking at those monthly meter reads and then essentially disaggregating down to try to understand what the peak contribution of that customer is at the maximum hour. Is that like a fair summary in different words?
Yeah, that's correct. We're trying to differentiate between what is base load that is utilized all year long, and what is attributed to the heating load. And the heating load is going to vary based on the temperature outside. And so that's really where the magic in the sauce is with that CMM modular model, is it does that linear regression to understand for each customer what is their contribution to peak.
Okay. Yeah. And so yeah, it seems like whatever's cooking is somewhat irrelevant to peak, water heating, less tied to peak, temperature, like for heating, temperature highly correlates to the peak demand. But I'm curious, this seems like it probably with enough data, this probably works in a pretty predictable way for kind of standard furnace heated homes, whereby there is a specific relationship of that monthly usage to the peak capacity for that equipment. But I'm curious how this works in a scenario that we've talked about a lot, where we would have electrification with perhaps gas as a backup, where you will have incredibly lower throughput, but perhaps similar, if not the same, peak capacity. So I guess, how does this regression work under those scenarios and under an increasing prevalence potentially of those scenarios? How do you make sure it's working properly with such different usage patterns?
Yeah, great question. And I'm certainly not the expert, but I will share with you what I know, which is that myself, as well as several other subject matter experts within Xcel Energy, have been meeting with the CMM proprietary owner, which is the DNVGL, in order to discuss this exact concern on how the CMM will perform in the instance that we have a dual fuel heat pump, where it is electric during the majority of the year, but does switch over to a gas backup. And we have been assured that there are modules within the CMM software that will be able to recognize that type of behavior as we see that more prevalent on the system. Now, that might require some additional inputs into the CMM. However, we have been assured by those personnel that CMM is equipped in order to understand that type of relationship between a dual fuel heat pump.
Okay, so it's your thought right now that perhaps this module will be able to identify that behavior. Is that kind of in place of the company being able to kind of tag that to? I envision, if someone comes and gets a heat pump rebate from you, they have a heat pump now. Is there any information sharing or way to tag that customer with their data? Now they are that customer who has a heat pump now, or is it all going to be done kind of in this predictive way?
No, great question. And I've been thinking along the same lines. So, in a separate group, our customer group does track incentives as to what the company has issued in regards to heat pumps. So, we have a database right now that gives us information at the premise level as to what rebates we've been able to institute throughout the state. So, I think that's going to be really valuable as we start to see this shift in gas consumption, that although we have spoken to DNVGL about their CMM and have been assured that the module is sufficient in order to kind of develop that predictive behavior, I think doing a cross-check is something that would be prudent and something that we will be instituting, to just take that premise list and compare it to the CMM output to make sure that we are confident in the results before we go through the remainder of the gas planning process. So, I mean, music to my ears, I think we're saying the same thing, but I do think it's prudent and we have access to that availability of data.
Okay, great. Just one other question for you, Ms. Jones, before we turn it over to our next presenters. Ms. Elders talked a little bit about kind of transparency and collaboration that she's seen in other areas. And I was just curious, knowing the interest here and kind of the continued interest in getting more foresight into what is coming, what sort of capacity constraints or kind of pancaking of costs are we seeing in certain areas. I was curious if you had any initial reaction to just the idea of either, whether it's a session as part of the GIP looking at the hydraulic modeling or access to the files under NDA from other parties. Just kind of curious if you had any initial reaction to some of those ideas.
Yeah, so as Catherine was able to sort of depict, I do have some significant concerns when it comes to access of the hydraulic model. So at a baseline, being able to have the expertise required in order to really understand the hydraulic model results is going to be kind of a bottleneck in this process. As a company, we have an entire team devoted to gas modeling in which they go through very thorough training in order to make sure that they have the expertise to understand what they're modeling. The second obstacle, as I see it, is access to the actual modeling software and licenses. That is, while maybe not significant in the grand scheme of investment, it is a significant investment. The third, I would say, is that these synergy gas hydraulic models are not stagnant. And so they can change on a daily basis as we receive more and more new business requests. And as you well know, we do receive these on a daily basis, new requests in order to go into bring new service onto the system. But I think the most significant concern, as I see it, is security. So as Catherine was describing, this synergy gas hydraulic model, it can be used to understand how to break the system. And so what you can do is you can utilize this data not for the benefit of the good, but instead the benefit of really trying to cause the most damage to PSCo as well as our downstream customers in the form of figuring out what asset you should target in order to cause the most damage. And if that does incur, we are providing, in my opinion, a life necessity service to our customers in the form of heat. And again, I appreciated Catherine really bringing out the fact that gas outages are much different than an electric outage because we are required to, once we do have sufficient service reestablished, go into each and every customer's home to relight their appliances. And that can take days, if not weeks, depending on the scale of the outage. And if it is cold outside, there's children in the house, there's elderly in the house, that could really have significant impacts. So I'm not convinced that an NDA or really a wide scale review of this type of model is necessary or prudent in order to ensure, the security of our customers. That being said, I do think that one of the benefits that we have through this gas infrastructure plan is trying to be transparent in what we're seeing in the models within different load forecasts. And so we will be looking, as prescribed in the rules, at a high, medium, and low forecast to kind of explain how the system responds in those various scenarios so that we can kind of benchmark the possible futures that could be upon us in the next 5 to 6 years. So I think the company would, we're excited for the transparency of the next gas infrastructure plan and would be committed to trying to, in a narrative form, present as much information as possible to bring the stakeholders and the commission along with us in this journey. I guess one other final point, Commissioner Gilman, that I just kind of popped into my head. When we talk about the hydraulic model, oftentimes we use the singular, but just for transparency, there is more than one hydraulic model. So the PSCo system is incredibly large. And so we have to split this into several different models. There is probably 20, if not more, please don't quote me on that, hydraulic models that represent the PSCo system. Breaking it into reasonable areas on the bulk system and then also reasonable areas into the distribution system. So in order to get the full picture of an impact of incremental load, it requires probably more than just a day to really understand what's happening, because first you have to model it at the distribution level and then bring it over to the transmission level and then over to different transmission models to really make sure that you're analyzing the entire picture. And that is something that we do. And I can commit personally that we go through the due diligence to make sure that we're reviewing the entire system. And this is an incredibly powerful tool that we use to our advantage, but it's more than just one hydraulic model. And so something to consider when we're talking about handing a model over is the number, the experience, the training, the access, the security, and then just the sheer volume and the outdatedness that could potentially be prevalent when we're talking about, you're looking at a model from 2 months ago. It's no longer the most up-to-date model because we've gotten a large customer request or even customers turning off in that area.
Well, thank you. both of you very much for engaging on this topic. I learned a lot. I hope a lot of our stakeholders tuning in learned a lot. We can continue to understand kind of the path forward as we chart out the infrastructure in our gas system together through the gas infrastructure plans. So thank you both. As I said, please stick with us if you're able. We'll have a kind of a larger discussion time at the end, but very much appreciate both of you. I'm going to turn to our next presenters now. Next, we'll have a discussion on benefit cost analysis or cost benefit analysis, either way you want to say it, as it relates especially to non-pipeline alternatives and their analysis. And joining us is Chris Neem from the Energy Futures Group and Julie Michaels from E for the Future. And they have participated in the past in the National Standard Practice Manual, and I think have just a wealth of information to share with us on looking at what they've seen across the country and best practice as it relates to these benefit cost analyses. So happy to have you both joining us, and I will leave it to you to take it away. You should be able to share your screen, but if you're not able, let us know.
Yeah, Chris, are you going to pull up the slides? Here we go.
I am.
Thank you, Commissioner Gilman. Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Julie Michaels. I'm with E for the Future. And I'm going to give a quick introduction to our presentation today. And then I'm going to turn it over to Chris, who is going to give an overview. Actually, the next slide, Chris, if you don't mind. We're here to talk about cost-benefit analysis or benefit cost analysis, depending on what order and acronym you use. But we're here to talk today about benefit cost analysis of distributed energy resources, working from a national guidance document referred to as the National Standard Practice Manual. And I'll give a quick overview of what this manual is. Chris is going to give a high-level review of its key components, and then he's going to speak a bit to some considerations for this guidance document and how it might support the work here that Public Service is addressing with its proposed CBA, as well as some key considerations. And then I'm going to close out speaking a little bit about some experience in other jurisdictions using the NSPM. And by way of quick background, this is a document published by the National Energy Screening Project. It's which is a project of E for the Future. And this document, developed in 2020, builds on the California Standard Practice Manual, which has not been updated since 2001, but definitely looks to building on that resource and addresses some of the traditional cost tests in that manual relative to the NSPM. And the NSPM expands to not just focusing on efficiency, but on all distributed. A couple links here to companion documents that NESP has created, one of which is referred to as the MTR Handbook, which provides specific technical guidance on how to quantify impacts associated with DER investments, both utility system and non-utility system impacts. And then another document, the Distributional Equity Analysis Guide. This is a relatively recent publication published by Department of Energy, but co-funded with E for the Future, that addresses conducting an equity analysis alongside a BCA, which is an issue that's come up in some of the states we've been working in, and hence the reason for its development and its treatment as a companion document to the NSPM. So with that, I'm going to turn it to Chris and let him dive into an overview. And we're happy to take any clarifying questions along the way, but we know we have a Q&A carve out at the end as well.
Cool. Thanks, Julie. I'll just note that Julie has been the kind of project manager for the development of all of these documents related to the National Standard Practice Manual. And my role has been serving as one of the co-authors of the NSPM, as well as doing some of the training and other kind of technical support to states with Julie and some others on benefit cost analysis and the principles of the NSPM. So, what is the NSPM benefit cost analysis tool or framework? Really, it's at its highest level. The NSPM does three things. The first is it articulates a core set of benefit cost analysis principles that all benefit cost analyses related to kind of the utility sector should be consistent with. Secondly, it articulates a multi-step process to developing for each jurisdiction, for each state, for each province, a primary benefit cost test that should be used across for assessment of the relative economics of any DER in any kind of regulatory context. And then thirdly, the NSPM provides some guidance on when it might make sense to also have some secondary cost benefit cost tests and how to develop and use them. So what are those kind of core principles? There are 8 of them. The first is that distributed energy resources can provide energy or power system needs that are comparable to more kind of traditional supply resources. They're not necessarily identical, but the categories of things they can do are often very overlapping. And therefore, when they're being assessed for cost effectiveness, they need to be assessed kind of in a consistent way relative to those alternatives and relative to each other. And we'll talk more about consistency in a moment. The second fundamental principle is that the primary cost effectiveness test that Colorado or any other jurisdiction adopts for use in assessing cost effectiveness of distributed energy resources should be consistent, aligned with the states or provinces or jurisdictions' applicable energy policy goals. It makes no sense to have a cost effectiveness test that doesn't value a stream of benefits that are kind of core to one of the policy objectives of the state. The third principle is that for any category of impacts that are going to be included in a state's benefit cost test, there needs to be symmetry in that both all of the costs and all of the benefits associated with that category of impacts are included. Otherwise, you have a biased test, one direction or the other. Fourth, you need to account for all relevant and material impacts, even when they're hard to quantify. The NSPM provides some guidance about how to deal with hard to quantify impacts. I'm not going to talk about that today, but this is a really important principle. We know that 0 is usually the wrong answer, and it is an assumption if you use the number 0 for some of these impacts. Fifth, the analysis needs to be forward-looking and looking out far enough into the future to capture the full kind of incremental of impacts of DER investments, relative to what would have happened in terms of costs that would be incurred had that investment not taken place. Sunk costs incurred in the past are not relevant to benefit cost analyses, and it's really important that we're looking at incremental impacts relative to what would happen if the investment was not made. Sixth, we should not be double counting any categories of impacts. That almost seems like so basic that it shouldn't be shouldn't have to be stated as a principle, but we decided to include it just to be super clear about this, because there are ways in which you may not realize there's potential for double counting that you need to pay attention to. Seventh, there should be transparency in the way that a jurisdiction articulates which test it has chosen as its primary benefit cost test and what inputs and outputs are used in and come from the application of that test. And then lastly, it's really important to recognize that a benefit cost analysis and a rate impact analysis could both have value to regulators, but are fundamentally different things. There's sometimes confusion where folks treat rate impact analyses as if they are cost effectiveness analyses, and they are not. They answer different questions, and I'll talk a little bit more about that shortly. So I'm going to dive a little bit more deeply, not much, into a couple of those, but not all of them in the interest of time. First, why is it important to be consistent in the way you look at the cost effectiveness of different DERs? I think the reality is that historically across the country, and in Canada too for that matter, consideration of rooftop PV programs or energy efficiency programs or demand response programs, electrification programs have often kind of grown, been brought forward and addressed in kind of separate regulatory silos. But what that has meant is that the tests that have been applied sometimes in different jurisdictions to the same jurisdiction sometimes to those different resources has been different. And that can result in economically irrational outcomes. Just to use a really obvious example, if you're a state for which greenhouse gas emission reductions is a very high priority for your energy system, and you value emission reductions from one type of DER in one silo and don't value them in a different silo for a different DER, you may overinvest in one and underinvest in the other simply relative to the total benefits that they provide or net benefits provide, simply because you're using two different tests. Conceptually, there should be a consistent test across all DERs. That test should also be consistent, not just across DERs, but across the different ways in which regulatory decisions on investments in the utility system are made, whether that's in assessments of the relative merits of the relative cost effectiveness of system-wide energy efficiency programs, or in your state, clean heat plans, or in non-wires or non-pipe solutions. There's no reason to use, in fact, you will again potentially have the result of economically suboptimal choices if you're using different tests of cost effectiveness in those kind of different decision-making arenas. Oh, and by the way, I should say this graphic came from a NASIO and NARUC task force, and is obviously kind of, if you look at the details, focused on the electric sector, but the same concept applies to the gas sector, which is the topic of today. Policy goals. One of the core, consistent with the first principle of the NSPM, all utility system impacts, whether we're looking at an electric system investment or a gas system investment, all utility system impacts should be included. The question then is, for your primary benefit cost test, what other categories of impact should be included? And the answer is, that depends on your state's policy goals. You should determine what your state's policy goals say about other categories of non-utility system impacts that matter, and then assign economic value to those impacts in your benefit cost test. In order to do that, you need to be able to articulate what your policy goals are, and that means kind of starting with identifying key ways in which those policy goals might be articulated, whether it's in statute or in regulatory decisions or in state plans or other potential venues or medium. This is a kind of graphic example of a kind of policy mapping exercise that Julie and I led recently in the state of Maryland. Last summer, the summer of 23, the Maryland Commission decided that it wanted to, dealing with the consistency issues I raised earlier, develop a uniform benefit cost analysis framework for all of its assessments of all distributed energy resources. And we got hired to help facilitate and provide technical support to a stakeholder working group process to develop that recommendations on that consistent uniform test. And so one of the first things we did with the work group was to ask them for feedback on what are the priority, what policies in the state would inform the question about what the state's policy goals are with respect to energy. And what you see on the left, you don't need to digest all of this, but it was a list of priority policies that got identified by the stakeholders. And then we took each of those policies, looked at them carefully, and when I say we, it was not just us, but all the stakeholders too, and attempted to determine, reach conclusions about whether what each of those policies said about the different potential categories of non-utility system impacts that might be of policy concern to the state. And what you see in green are the places where a given policy, where there was uniform agreement among all the stakeholders that a given policy provided direction that that category of impacts was important to the state. What you see in black is where there was a kind of consensus decision conclusion that the policy did not provide any indication that that was a policy goal of the state. And then in purple and peach are where there was a little bit of disagreement. But the bottom line in this particular case for Maryland was, even if you had some policies that may not have said that public health impacts were important, for example, there were enough of them that did say it was important that the state the stakeholders concluded that all of these impacts should be addressed in their uniform benefit cost test. Third principle, again, it's really important if you're going to decide to include one of those categories of impacts that you include all of the costs and all of the benefits. This is probably most importantly flagged as an issue in some jurisdictions with respect to program participant costs and benefits. There are some jurisdictions that often include the costs, but not all of the benefits, including non-energy benefits. We'll talk a little bit more about that later. And then again, a benefit cost analysis and rate impact analysis answer two different questions. And while both of them can be valuable for regulators to understand, it's really important to recognize that they are not the same thing. The NSPM essentially says that what we then think about as what would be an appropriate jurisdiction-specific test is a test that aligns with what we call the regulatory perspective. That is, it includes all utility system impacts and whatever categories of non-utility system impacts are important given the state's policies. That's what you see on the right. What's on the left-hand side of this graphic is a more kind of static view and predetermined view or set of views around cost effectiveness that were articulated originally in California's standard practice manual in the early 80s, and as Julie noted, last updated in 2001, I think. In California, they identified these kind of standard tests, the utility system perspective, the utility cost test, or now sometimes called the program administrator cost test, which looks at cost effectiveness purely from the utility system perspective. The societal perspective, which means looking at it cost effectiveness with every conceivable type of impact included. And the total resource cost test perspective is looking at it cost effectiveness from the combined effects of the utility system and participants. Those are predetermined tests or predetermined perspectives that may or may not align with a jurisdiction's policy goals. And that's kind of the point we want to make here, which is, again, a jurisdiction's benefit cost test should ideally be based on its policy goals, and not necessarily. And that may be that may align. That may be identical to one of these other kind of more standard tests that have been around in the efficiency world in particular for decades, but it may not. And in our experience, in most jurisdictions, it does not. That there's some kind of variation in a jurisdiction's policy goals that is different than any one of those kind of standard tests that California initially developed 40 plus years ago. Julie's going to talk a little bit more about this later, but there has been growing interest in and references to the National Standard Practice Manual as a kind of reference framework for benefit cost analyses, and a number of jurisdictions in which regulators have directed its use in some form or another. Maryland being one example we just discussed here. Colorado is colored green here because a couple of years ago, the commission directed Excel to apply NSPM principles in developing a benefit cost methodology for non-wires alternatives. Again, Julie will talk a little bit more about the experience in other jurisdictions at the end. So I'm going to now transition to talk a little bit about a kind of a cursory look at what Excel has put forward, I think in a presentation last month on a benefit cost framework, and just offer up a few things for the group to think about as the state moves forward. And in particular, coming back to the question of, well, okay, how well does the proposal align with Colorado's energy policies, which should be the ultimate objective? Is there consistency between the proposed test for non-pipe solutions with how benefit cost analysis is done or conducted for other resource investment decisions? Is there symmetrical treatment of costs and benefits for categories of impacts that are included? What should we think about the proposed expanded rate impact measure test as a secondary test? And what should we think about the proposal to include greenhouse gas emissions in the test? So this is a kind of cut and paste from a graphic from Excel's proposed primary cost effectiveness test, what it called its expanded modified total resource cost test. It includes, at a high level, I would characterize it as including all utility system impacts, greenhouse gas emission impacts, and other fuel impacts and participant impacts. But there's a couple things to think about that I'll talk a little bit about here with respect to the proposal. The first is that given our limited understanding of Colorado's policies, the inclusion of greenhouse gases impacts benefits, or to the extent emissions are reduced, I guess their benefits, seems well aligned with state policy. You know, the fact that Colorado is the first state to adopt a clean heat standard suggests that greenhouse gas emissions is of very significant importance to the state. So including the value of emission reduction benefits seems very well aligned with the state. So that's a good thing. One question, the proposal includes participant costs and benefits, including non-energy benefits. And one could ask, the question we have about that, and that may be the right answer, but the question we have about that is whether there is a state policy that actually says that that's important, that participant impacts are important to consider. I'll note that in the work that we've done in states that have gone through this process of documenting their policies and looking at them to determine which categories of impact should be included, it is often not clear that policy direction to include participant impacts is there in state policies. Again, this will be a state-by-state determination. I'll note that in Maryland, you saw from the earlier graphic, there was a determination ultimately that state policy would drive the state to include participant impacts in its test. But I will also note that determination was made at the 11th hour, as like between the 7th and 8th of our 8 stakeholder meetings, there was a new piece of legislation that was enacted. that was very clear about that point. And prior to its enactment of the enactment of that law, the working group was kind of prepared to say that state policy is a little bit murky and probably did not recommend or suggest that participant impact should be included in its test. So again, it's a question for Colorado. And then there's the second point here is, what about other policy objectives? Does the state also have kind of an articulated interest in reducing other pollutant emissions like nitrogen oxides or particulates? And if so, should those be reflected in the test? Again, I don't know the answer to that question, but wanted to raise it because, again, it's important to think about aligning the test with the state's policy goals. The last thing I want to say about this slide is that has to do with the last suggestion at the bottom of those kind of three pinkish reddish bars, which is that federal or state financial incentives, rebates like IRA rebates or tax credits should essentially be treated as transfer payments. A couple points to make about this. First, this is a policy choice. There is no like inherent economic driver that suggests that they should be treated as transfer payments. It's really a state policy call. And while treating them as transfer payments would be consistent with a determination that the state has a purely societal perspective on cost effectiveness, in our experience, it's pretty rare if that states have a purely societal perspective on cost effectiveness. And in fact, in Maryland, where lots of categories of impacts were determined to be important to the state, we actually found that there was state guidance and direction to try to leverage federal tax incentives or federal rebates as much as possible. And if you had a purely societal perspective on things, you actually wouldn't care whether the dollars were coming out of your ratepayers' pockets or your customers' pockets or from the federal government. And then the other point to make about this is that there are also lots of government tax incentives that affect the supply side on utilities. The tax incentives for oil and gas exploration, investment tax credits for wind and solar energy. And if you're going to treat tax incentives for electrification measures or weatherization measures as transfer payments, then when you are assigning value to electric energy or gas energy avoided costs, you have to figure out a way to be consistent to take out the effects of those government tax incentives that affect the supply side, as well as the distributed energy resource investments, which at best seems like highly challenging and probably more likely completely impractical. So that we would have concerns about that last suggestion, but something for you all to consider.
I would just add quickly that we're working on a white paper on that very topic and are going to be doing a training session on treatment of federal tax incentives in BCA on September 12th. And I'm happy to share more information with this group if of interest.
Great, thanks, Julie. So this slide takes kind of to the next level of granularity, the Excel proposal on the primary cost effectiveness test. So just want to offer a few observations about it. First, I think Excel deserves credit for doing a pretty good job of fleshing out the full range of both electric and gas utility system impacts that one might want to consider. So kudos on that. Secondly, I think also to Excel's credit, while it included participant impacts, it didn't just include the participant cost, it also includes the participant non-energy benefits on the benefit side. So I think it appropriately addressed the symmetry principle there, which is sometimes missed in other jurisdictions. So kudos on that too. Again, one can ask the question whether both of those things should be in, but if one is in, the other should be in, so that the symmetry principle is addressed there. The one potential category of impact that's not necessarily in here that might merit some consideration is risk, or what is sometimes called option value. I'll give like a high level example. A number of years ago, Con Edison, which started doing non-wires projects long before the vast majority of the country kind of explored those things. They did it on something like 30% of their substations throughout their system in the early 2000s, and found that in about a third of those cases, the investment that they thought they needed, that thought they were deferring from the non-wire solutions, was actually never needed at all. That the investment in the non-wire solutions actually bought them time to figure out that their load forecasts were not quite right, and then when they were recalibrated, the need wasn't there at all. And so that rather than just deferring some substation upgrades, they actually got the full benefit of never having had to build them. In the gas world these days, where there's lots of talk of decarbonization and investment in electrification, this might be a particularly important thing to consider, maybe with some kind of sensitivities around, or scenario analyses around what the load forecasts suggest about whether load growth is driving the need for added capacity, and for how long, and when might that turn back downwards, so that if you bought some time, you might, with a non-pipe solution, you might not need the capital investment at all. The other comment I'd offer on this is that it has to do with the discount rate. There's a proposed use of the weighted average cost of capital as the discount rate for costs, but a 2.5%, presumably real 2.5% discount rate for the benefits. We think doesn't make economic sense to use two different discount rates for costs and benefits. Even if capital costs, for example, on the electric or gas system, are made based on the cost of, at least in part, on the cost of capital to the utility, that doesn't mean that when you do cost effectiveness analysis, you have to use the weighted average cost of capital to assess or to turn things back into a net present value. And using two different discount rates seems highly problematic for two different kind of sets of streams of costs and benefits. One could also ask, what's the basis for 2.5%? This is a topic that's come up in a number of different jurisdictions. But ultimately, the choice of discount rate should be also based on your policy goals. And again, we ended up in Maryland, where it was clear that most of that the state had a lot of interest in a lot of societal concerns, including climate change, that a 2% real discount rate was the right way to go for them, kind of across the board for all streams of costs and benefits. Lastly, I'll say a couple of words about secondary tests. There are a few reasons why one might want to conduct secondary cost effectiveness tests, or use secondary cost effectiveness tests. One might be to inform decisions about investments that are marginally cost effective or marginally not cost effective under the primary test. And that's especially true if it's not 100% clear about whether a particular category of impact should be in a jurisdiction's primary test or not. The other reason you might use a secondary test is to inform not the question of whether the investment is merited or not, but how much should ratepayers contribute to that investment. Some jurisdictions use for example, a utility cost test or an all fuels cost test to make that kind of determination. Excel had proposed a secondary cost effectiveness test that is essentially kind of an expanded version of the California's original ratepayer impact measure test, or RIM test. Again, we want to reiterate, considering rate impacts can be a very reasonable thing. Just want to be clear that this is not a cost effectiveness test. It is an assessment of rate impacts, and rate impacts are usually of concern for equity reasons rather than for cost reasons. I'd also say that my own personal opinion is that RIM is not a particularly helpful tool for regulators in terms of understanding rate impacts. It just gives you a ratio that's not always very helpful in terms of understanding, what does that mean in the real world. So it's often better to just have the ability to understand, what percentage increase are we talking about, or how many cents per kilowatt hour or cents per therm are we talking about, and also understanding what's the range of customers who are benefiting or not, so that you're not looking at that kind of in isolation. And I'll pass this back to Julie.
Thank you, Chris. And thanks to everyone for hanging in here. I know you're hearing one presentation after another, and we're doing a lot of talking. So we'll get us to the Q&A part of this. We've been talking a lot about Maryland and making references to Maryland here. And I'm going to give an example and walk through a little bit of that process, only because A, it's very recent, but B, it's a good example of where a state, a little backdrop here in addition to what Chris offered earlier, where a state went through a process to develop a BCA through an electric vehicle working group as part of a docket a couple years ago, and then had a separate process for developing their BCA framework and updating their framework for their Empower energy efficiency programs. And in both those cases, they were using the NSPM guidance and the principles and so forth. And it became clear, and at the recommendation of a senior advisor to the commission, to open a docket to say, wait a second, maybe we should step back and create a consistent framework for how we're valuing these different resources. And specifically, broadly, across all distributed energy resources, and even within different regulatory contexts. So here's just some language from the Maryland Commission order as to why they were looking to develop what they called a unified, Chris referred to a uniform, but it's a unified BCA test, a UBCA. And they recognize the value of doing this. And of course, it takes work to do this. It was a dedicated docket. There was a working group process that I'll speak to a little bit more as to what topics were covered. But it was intended to have that common framework, not necessarily assuming that every impact is relevant to every DER. There's recognition that some aren't, or less so than others, but that you're working from the same menu list, if you will, and again, aligned with the policy goals. And so the commission order set forth, I'm not going to read through all of these. I'm assuming you're glancing at them, but important reasons for the value, and for also making the process more streamlined for the commission and its staff, for the utilities, and for the stakeholders, so that you're using one consistent framework from reviewing whether it's gas infrastructure investment proposals, or whether it's an efficiency program, or whether it's a storage program, or some multiple DER, even broadly in the context of distribution system planning and so forth. The work group was set to, use the NSPM as the guidance. We were instructed to build on their existing work, and there's those examples, including an energy storage work group that was underway and had a set of metrics, and we're starting to look at different mechanisms for delivering and meeting specific storage, energy storage goals. And also a request to address socioeconomic issues, and I'll speak to that a little bit as well. Next slide, please. So here is just a flavor, and for everyone's benefit, we've gone through this process in other states as well. We being, I often help to identify, I receive some funding from Lawrence Berkeley National Lab to provide technical assistance to commissions to help identify their needs. Then there is, in some cases, it's a single DER process. It can be It can be efficiency. In fact, Excel has gone through an efficiency NSPM process in Minnesota. But in this particular state, as in the case of Maryland, District of Columbia, Michigan, forthcoming in Washington State, Rhode Island, these are states where they really looked at all DERs, and they set this, we set the schedule of how we could go about applying the NSPM steps to review their inventory of policies as critical. So these should be familiar, right, in terms of how they align with the principles. Understanding what current practice is, and I think public service has done a very good job, as Chris mentioned, in some of that alignment, and perhaps there's not that much work to do to ensure alignment with policies. But let me just say, the actual process and transparency being a key NSPM principle, the actual process of having a stakeholder group go through articulating those policies, prioritizing them, identifying what's in those policies that articulate the goals, and making sure that those are captured in that test, makes for a very smooth and streamlined process, where at the end of the day, the goal is to, develop a consensus primary cost test. So following these multiple meetings, going through looking at the full host of utility system impacts, the non-utility system impacts, getting confirmation and building consensus with the range of stakeholders. The utilities were very involved in helping inform and look at what current practices, by the way, both on the gas and electric side. So we had both of those stakeholders there. Next slide, please. And then getting comments, draft comments on that straw proposal, going through a process. This meeting number 6, I'll give you an example of this in a minute, but characterizing the utility system impacts. Is that impact vis-a-vis a DER type material or not? Is it even applicable? And going through that also for host customer and societal impacts, reviewing secondary tests, quite a bit of back and forth on coming up with agreements on that. And then meeting number 7 were sort of other topics that we had polled the stakeholders on as to what mattered to them that should be in a final report with recommendations to the commission. And those topics included addressing geographic boundaries for different types of impacts, whether those were tax incentives, as Chris talked about, whether they were environmental impacts and GHG and criteria air pollutants, and a couple others, discount rate selection, both for primary and secondary tests, BCA assessment levels, and then the application in different regulatory contexts. So it was, in this case, about a 10-month process. We've seen shorter processes. Chris and I are about to work in Virginia, and that's really a fast track 4 or 5-month process, but for efficiency only. And in Maryland, importantly, this phase 1 process that we did was to develop the primary test and make a recommendation around that test. There was also interest in identifying methodologies for quantifying those impacts, and that was recommended as a phase 2 process that is now before the commission for consideration. I'm told from staff that an order is forthcoming in the next month or so. Next slide. This is an example of the different regulatory contexts that we looked at for Maryland, and the full range of them on the left here. Procurement is one in discussion, programs here and in the way of non-pipe solutions, but programs, pricing, planning. The important thing is, and I think we cover this somewhat with the consistency of the inputs and assumptions and underlying methodologies, where they apply and where they're being looked at in way of being a benefit or a cost, are consistent across these different contexts. And To my knowledge, there is no state doing this all right now. This is the ultimate, I think, goal of creating that consistency. But we're seeing states like Maryland, like Michigan, like the District of Columbia, where the commissions have recognized the importance of moving in this direction and creating that consistency. And so this is where this was discussed and recommended to the Maryland Commission. Next slide. This is just a quick snapshot example of showing you again on the electric utility system side and then the gas utility system side, where through this Maryland process with input from the different stakeholders, and there were 2 or 3, maybe even 4 versions of this at the end of the day, to identify what impacts are applicable to the different DR types, where might they not be applicable, there are no NAs here, or considered not material. Again, these evolved over time and with stakeholders providing examples where we changed some things from NA to NM or to a checkbox, but essentially understanding the applicability of these different impacts. And next slide. These ones just cover the other fuel and societal impacts on the left, and on the right are the host customer or participant impacts. One comment just quickly on the left table where you see the asterisks, this was an area where we had actually some Maryland Storage Working Group members weighing in. I think we originally had those as NA, especially for storage, or maybe not material. And it was encouraged that we look forward, be more forward thinking about the scale of storage and its applications and capacity. And perhaps that speaks somewhat to the optionality that Chris referred to, but that could become material in the future as the grid evolves. So that's something to consider as well as when you're looking at your CBA and the materiality of different impacts across DER types. And final slide, please, I think. Yes, so here are some other examples. I'm not going to go through these now in the interest of time, but I think these are all live links. If you get a copy of the presentation, these are all examples of states that have used the NSPM in some form to apply to all distributed energy resources. There are more examples on the NSP website where it's been applied to. The state of Maine has applied it to DG tariffs. Other states have applied it to just efficiency or one DER type. But these are examples, and there are different processes that were undertaken. Some of them a series of stakeholder meetings. Michigan is an example of where the commission actually directed the utilities to develop a BCA or a CBA using the NSPM, and the utilities, DTE and consumers came out with a recommended test that they called the Michigan State Test. And then stakeholders commented on that. And there was some back and forth, and then ultimately a new test was adopted. So, so that concludes, I believe, our presentation. And thanks for your time, and we're happy to answer any questions.
Well, thank you. I'm impressed by our timeliness thus far with such comprehensive presentations. I just have a few questions for you, and then I think we'll go to a break and go on to Kavala on load forecasting. So just a couple questions. I think this is obvious, but I want to make sure. You talk a lot about DERs, and kind of notably, a lot of these tests were made around the programs and things intended to serve the electric system. But to your point on developing consistent, uniform cost effectiveness tests across programs, do you see any differentiation among applying these sorts of tests or your principles to gas system planning like NPA analysis? Just to kind of clarify that.
No, thanks for the question, Commissioner. No, the answer is no. The underlying economic principles and approach really should be, there's no reason for them to not be applied to gas just as well as to electric. And frankly, we call it the NSPM for DERs, but there's really no reason for it not to be applied to traditional supply side investments on both the electric and gas system as well. It's a core set of principles that are basically fundamental economics that that really should apply to any regulatory decision around the cost effectiveness of any electric or gas utility system investment.
Okay, thanks. Also, you talked a bit about an example, I think it was from Con Ed, in valuing the risk associated kind of with the potential to avoid or defer an investment in the case that it never becomes necessary, possibly. Clearly, the risk for stranded investment in infrastructure on the gas system, given kind of market and policy movement, is of significant concern.
Yes.
How would you go about valuing that? How have you seen? I mean, it's easy to say we should consider it, but I have no idea what value that gets. So how do you evaluate that?
Well, that's a great question. And I will say that I don't know that there is a single correct definitive answer to that. I think it's on our list of kind of next iteration of things to dive more deeply in the next version of the NSPM. In a couple of jurisdictions in which I'm currently involved, including in Ontario, where I've been appointed and serve on essentially a gas non-pipe solutions working group, we're looking at scenario analyses as a way to try to get at the answer to that question. Which, so for example, usually a distribution system need, either on the electric side or the gas side, is based on some load forecast that's attached to a given substation on the electric side, or different significant particular portion of pipe on the gas side. And rather than doing an economic analysis of the how much time do you have to defer that upgrade, and what would it cost to defer it, and what's the economic value of deferring it, based on that one single forecast of when the need would arise, you might do 3 assessments of when the need might arise, and not just when it might arise, but whether at some point, even if you kind of exceed the current capacity, if like within 3 years after that, there's at least a 30% chance, or pick your number. You have to assign then probabilities to those different forecasts of when it would decline, and then you can see, well, if that means, if I, under scenario 3, if I'm forecasting a need 5 years out, but 10 years out, the need goes away, all I have to do is buy myself 5 years worth of deferral, and I won't ever have to make the investment. And then the question is, okay, how do we assign probabilities to those different forecasts? And, there's no right way of doing it, but just the exercise of doing it and trying to put some probabilities on those things can, I think, provide some information to regulators to kind of consider the potential risk of stranded assets.
Excellent. And I think I'm aware, I think you were in a meeting before, but this blends very much into what we were talking about before. We were talking with the previous presenter about the use of hydraulic modeling and how easy it is or isn't to kind of model different futures, to kind of understand the bounds of the need of projects or improvements. And so this blends very well with certain things we were already talking about.
Commissioner, let me just add that one of the documents that were mentioned at the beginning of our presentation, the Methods, Tools, and Resources Handbook, it dedicates a whole chapter to addressing risk and uncertainty. And I will say that was the most challenging chapter to write for that whole document, because there are different ways that this has been done, and it's not straightforward, and it cites a whole lot of different tools and resources. It might be something worth looking at. But I know that this is an area that, we don't see a lot of jurisdictions, utilities fully accounting for risk very clearly, because I think of some of those challenges exist, and we attempted to provide some guidance. but take a look and see if there's anything there that may be useful. And if there's any questions, don't hesitate to reach out.
Excellent. No, definitely. The other thing I wanted to bring up, and I know I had talked with you a little bit in preparation for our session, but I wanted to talk publicly about it. Colorado has significant equity goals related to the treatment of disproportionately impacted communities. And, it's certainly kind of implicated in this discussion if we have a non-pipeline alternative that, say, is specifically would be located in a disproportionately impacted community, kind of how would we look at that specific circumstance as it relates to impacts to that community? So maybe just give me your thoughts on how, I don't want to foreshadow your answer because I kind of know it a little bit, but like, how can we be considering the impacts of equity in the larger cost effectiveness framework?
Julie, do you want to take that one first, or do you want me?
Well, I'll just mention that another document, this very question, let me just back up for everyone's benefit. As I noted earlier, as we've been working in different states, applying the NSPM and helping states update their or create new cost tests, this issue of equity is increasingly coming up. And as we've grappled with states to say, well, where does equity fit into the BCA, over the past year and a half, really, it's become clear that actually you can't really address the distribution of impacts to certain priority populations, if you will, whether they're underserved, whether they're certain disadvantaged communities or overly burdened communities, however Colorado might define them. That distributional equity analysis is there's now new guidance that came out of published by Department of Energy. That document's also cited in the presentation. That sets forth how you can look at the benefits on average in your BCA, because that's what your BCA looks at, the impact on average across all customers. And then, but understanding how those benefits accrue to one customer group or population, you can address equity somewhat looking at different customer sectors by how much is spent on different customer sectors, but it's different to look at how the benefits and the costs accrue to those priority populations you might be concerned about relative to everybody else. And that's where that distributional equity analysis, a new acronym for everybody, it's being referred to as a DEA, that new guide describes what that process involves. I'm working, not Chris, but I'm working with the Midwest Energy Efficiency Alliance and Synapse Energy Economics right now on a case study, 2 DEA case studies in Illinois, one on the energy efficiency portfolio with ComEd, and the other one on the beneficial electrification plan with Ameren, where we are looking at those 2 plans and trying to understand what the equity impact is going to be based on the priority populations that they're defining for us. And similarly, that type of analysis could apply in this case when you're looking at, a natural gas infrastructure plan expansion.
So it's not, you can't monetize equity for inclusion in a benefit cost test, is the conclusion we've reached. But you can analyze, it's a different set of metrics. You can analyze it and should analyze it if it's an important goal, which, as Julie said, it is in most states, and as you suggested, it is in Colorado, in parallel with your benefit cost analysis.
Okay. Well, thank you. I have a few more questions for you all, but I'll save them for our broader Q&A to keep us a little more on target time-wise. I very much appreciate your presentation. Thank you so much. Margo and Trina, I just want to check in with you all. Is it okay if we still take a 10-minute break and then resume your presentation when we return? Okay. All right. That's great. Let's come back. I've got 2:17. I realize some of you are on the East Coast, but I got 7 minutes after the hour right now. So let's come back at 17 after. I know an odd number, but we'll keep things moving, take a 10-minute break, and we'll resume with Kabbalah's presentation. Thanks so much. Just a reminder, this will stay live, so please do mute yourself, turn off your cameras unless you want whatever's happening on the break to live on the internet forever. Thank you so much. Bye. Okay, welcome back. Next up, we will have Kavala present on load forecasting. And Margot, totally fine with me if you still take the 45 minutes. Sorry, we're starting yours a little late, so maybe run us through until right around 3 o'clock. And I think we'll still stay on track just fine that way. You're on mute.
Sorry.
There you go.
I'll go ahead and introduce myself. Margot Everett, Vice President of Analytics and Methodology at Kabbalah. I'm here with my colleague, Trina Horner, who is a Vice President of Professional and Advisory Services. And we're here to talk about load forecasting. So Trina is going to drive the deck, and we will also kick off, and then we will alternate as we go through it.
Well, I'm attempting to share the deck. I may need to ask Bill to jump in here. Zoom is not.
If you see a button on the bottom that says share.
Yep.
If you click that, it should pop up that way.
Sometimes our securities, we're on Google, so our security sometimes doesn't let us open stuff on different apps. It's very proprietary that way.
Yeah. I'll try one more thing. All right. Let's see. Here we go.
There we go.
Okay.
Thank you. So we're going to just jump right to slide 3. And I wanted to start with sort of, why is forecasting throughput important? What are some of the things to be thinking about, and how and why you then need to be doing forecasting in different ways. So, the bottom line about forecasting is that it's an input into a lot of different things. And so what you want to get out of your forecast is drives how you do your forecast. So right now, we're seeing a lot of pressure coming in from the perspective of, I'm mostly speaking on the gas side, around cost pressure. So one of the major inputs into rates and rate design is throughput. So, but what's happening? It's rates. I'm a rate designer as a first love, and I always say the rates is easy. You just divide cost by whatever you're selling, so throughput. But we see all this upward pressure on costs. We have increased marginal costs from new build, that's a new capacity that needs to happen out there. We see reliability and safety costs being coming to front, and then we have life cycle replacement, because the gas grid is not a spring chicken. So there's a fair amount of gas replacement that's happening across the country. But meanwhile, throughput is going down, and throughput is the major component. So when you have upward pressure on costs and downward pressure on throughput, you end up with upward pressure on rates. So one of the goals around forecasting is to not just understand how much rates change and how customers are impacted, but also understanding which customers are impacted. So really understanding where that throughput change is happening and how it gets applied in all of the analytics we've talked about so far today, in hydraulic modeling or cost benefit analysis, but also in bill impacts and affordability issues. Throughput enters that equation. So moving on to slide 4, wanted to talk about the sort of the way that forecasting is being done. So traditionally, and I used to do gas forecasting at a major utility, And the way we did it was we forecasted by a customer class. So you're forecasting how much throughput the residential class will want, the commercial class, the industrial class. If you have a large agricultural community, that also applies. And then last but not least, generation. So gas-fired generation also drives gas demand. And so there's this top-down forecasting that basically happens that then, and it's based off of history. And they're usually statistical or econometric-like models that say, okay, you know, for the past 30 years, I've got some value of what throughput was, and I have economic indicators that I have statistically proven are highly correlated with that throughput, and then I can forecast going forward. Of course, temperature is one of them. Economic growth is one of them, and so on. But one of a couple key assumptions, and one of the ones that is particularly troublesome for us right now in this industry, is that we basically have to assume that the past reflects the future. That what has happened in the past and the linkages between weather, between customers, the amount that customers use, is all going to hold true as we migrate from where gas industry has been for the past 100 years to what it's going to look like in the next 10 years. And you also have, one of the key assumptions is economics is a key driver. So throughput goes up and down with assumptions about what the economy is going to do. And then there's some codependencies, specifically between generation and the customer classes. So when you customer class use goes up because the same thing that drives economic growth, as an example, that drives gas also drives electricity, which means you have to generate more electricity, which means you consume more gas. So there's some interplay there. But going forward, we really need to start thinking a little bit more about doing bottom-up forecasting. And I do want to take a quick note that forecasting is done two things. There's that peak day or the top 10 peak days or whatever the planning cycle is for the utility. They're forecasting the peak and they're forecasting the total throughput because they need to know the peak in order to plan for the system, but they need to know the throughput in order to be able to do the rate design and cost allocation type activities. So now we move over to an approach that Ms. Jones spoke a bit about when she was describing what they do, which is a form of bottom-up forecasting, where they're basically trying to understand what the peak is from their different customers and then how that might impact your load. So the idea of bottom-up forecasting is that you are able to forecast not just how much the customer is going to use based off of how they've historically used gas, but you can then layer in assumptions about technology that the customer is adopting. So if the customer adopts an air source heat pump, that changes their throughput, but may not change their peak. If they install electric water heating, that could also change throughput, but not necessarily the peak. And so understanding what that behavior is and adding those behavior changes helps you understand a little bit better about how the customer's load will change. And, you know, so when you think about the assumptions there, of course, it means that you have to be able to forecast different behaviors from known customer behavior. So what's your data? It's what other customers have done who also install an air source heat pump. And then you have also this assumption of understanding whether or not a particular customer would adopt. There's some randomness to it, stochastic processes that allow for a little bit more flexibility, which then comes into something I'll talk about later when we talk about forecasting and scenarios. But one of the key benefits of being able to do bottom-up forecasting is it allows you to look at things from different perspectives. You don't just have to look at it with respect to a customer class. You can look at it with respect to an asset. How many customers are on this app? What's the throughput? So a bit like what Ms. Jones talked about in that coming up with a forecast of what the pipes, the throughput on the pipe has to be in there for the pressure and the the design specifications, but also allows you to look at things from a socioeconomic perspective. So if you know where the customer lives and what their zip code is, you can aggregate to their zip code, you can aggregate to their census block, you can aggregate to a disadvantaged community, and you can start to understand how consumption behaviors might be different amongst different socioeconomic classes, not just customer class. But lastly, I'll note, I wanted to kind of talk about load forecasting in the context of climate change. And so I went and reviewed the climate change goals and actions. And now Trina's going to kind of walk through how bottom-up forecasting is necessary for thinking about how you can support the policies that the Colorado Climate Initiative is asking for. So I'll turn it over to Trina.
Thanks, Margo. All right. So, you know, the Colorado climate goals really and actions plan really focuses on the three pillars of mitigation, adaptation, and energy justice. And so, you know, we wanted to take just a minute to kind of relate the concept of bottom-up forecasting to each of these three pillars. And so starting with mitigation, right? If Colorado is thinking about mitigation not in basically two ways, you know, first shifting from fossil-based energy historically, you know, on the generation side, for example, or the supply side, but mitigations also secondarily in the sense that they are really a demand side mitigator in the form of energy efficiency, conservation, and any of the distributed energy resources that continue to become more prevalent and efficient. So a benefit of doing bottom-up load forecasting is really sort of connecting the dots here between fuel switching and conservation behavior, some of these mitigations. And what it allows you to do is to really understand the transition from gas to electric use when a customer's energy needs is critical in understanding really like where and when load is either going to decrease. For example, in the case of fuel switching, you know, gas load is going to decrease, and also how that might impact if they are fuel switching using a building electrification technology, for example, you know, how that might impact that same customer's electric circuit that they're on, right? And that is going to happen in a number of for a number of different ways. You know, it could happen because they have fuel switched, and or it could happen simply as a result of effective energy efficiency programs. Or some combination of the two, right? And that's going to also happen at different and varying levels of granularity, depending on what kind of fuel switching happens. So on the right, you know, water, we've got some different examples of that. Water heating, transitioning from a gas water heater to electric, would change potentially the throughput on a daily basis. Same thing, switching from gas to electric stovetop. And cooking, right? That's going to be a daily throughput modifier. The space heating switch, for example, though, would be more of a seasonal throughput change. And so what you really want to do is understand the when part, right? Including the increment of time. Is it a daily change? Is it a seasonal change? Is it an annual change over time? So this approach really supports like digging into that, understanding the impacts of mitigations, the drivers of customer behavior, and different technologies of different mitigations. The second area that the climate change goal and action plan calls out is adaptation. And this really speaks to resiliency. And so this is really a key thing. And Margot talked earlier about doing a bottom up or like a highly granular forecast really allows you to look at things not just across a customer class, but to dig into that customer class, not just customer class to, it could be looking at different assets or socioeconomic drivers. The same thing applies to topographical and geographic areas, and really understanding the resiliency implications, which is very effectively done when you can knit together all the available data sources and kind of show it on a map, right? So in this case, what we've done is overlaid, for illustrative purposes here, the gas pipelines onto the electric assets that are in like a screenshot of the Kabbalah platform that captures the electric assets that are already in the Kabbalah platform. And you can really sort of see geographically how the where the infrastructure sort of intersection between the gas pipelines and the electric lines would sort of converge if you were to then compare and contrast gas substitution impacts with electric line capacity utilization. So what this allows you to do is really understand the costs and the benefits of your gas life cycle replacement. And it also helps to forecast the local impacts of gas throughput that may result due to local standards and codes. So you could envision a situation where your model like incorporates whatever your local building codes are for new construction, for example, and that would kind of show up in a visualization like this that would help inform what your future options are. The last sort of pillar, as we understand it, of the climate change goal and action plan is really to look at the equity and energy justice implications of electrification and how can your load forecasting become more granular to provide more insight into the equity and energy justice issues that we left off in the prior conversation about. And this is, I think, really where doing your load forecasts at a granular level, and by a granular level, what we're really talking about here is at the parcel level, and knitting together every available data set. And Margot will talk a little bit more about this. Every available doesn't necessarily mean like the perfect comprehensive data set, but really like linking together all of the relevant and available data sets that are not just your natural gas infrastructure, not just your electricity infrastructure, but all of your socioeconomic, all your topographic and time series related data, knitting all of that together so that you ensure that your forecasts are informed by the past, as Margot kind of alluded to, but that really sort of take into account all of the different and increasingly variable factors that are changing the way that we use energy now, and so and what knitting all of the available data together allows you to do at the premise level allows you to do is at the bottom line, because it includes socioeconomic data, including things like disadvantaged community zones that are defined by the local jurisdiction. All of the analytics that are conducted at that premise, at that parcel level, at that customer level, can be aggregated, not just to the energy infrastructure level, to the feeder or the distribution substation, but they can be aggregated to really give you insights into the socioeconomic metric, whatever is being used there. However, a DAC is a disadvantaged community zone is defined, can be aggregated to that level. So by aggregating up those premise forecasts, you are really supporting that identification of the throughput and the drivers, and therefore their related costs and benefits to specific network improvements or retirements, conversely. So it's really like is an exciting new way that we at least think can start to delve into this area of like, well, what about energy justice, and understanding energy equity. And this, we think, is an important tool to be able to do that. I'm going to turn it back over to Margot to kind of talk a little bit more about the how.
So wanted to just kind of walk through the process of thinking about bottom-up forecasting. And but I want to start with rule one, which is you want to start with the data you have. You don't necessarily want to wait until you have all the data you want. So there are data sources out there that you can use that can help you transition from where you are with the data that is currently available and accessible, not just available. And you can then start to understand things as you move forward. And the other reason why you want to start with the data you have is it helps you with rule two, which is understand what data you need so you can start gathering that data now and apply it as it becomes available. And that also gives you an understanding about how important that piece of data really is to the volatility or variability of forecasts, or the accuracy of your forecast. And what that gets you to is rule number 3, which is addressing uncertainty. If you can tell that a certain variable is highly influential in the forecast, as you've done your data gathering, well, you can take that and start to address the uncertainty of that number through scenarios and test those key assumptions over and over again. At some point in an ideal world, you're actually running Monte Carlo simulations and you're getting forecasts that have a distribution to them, so you can truly understand where things might be, where expected value is, as opposed to the current forecasting approaches that generally tend to give you a number or 1 or 2 numbers. And then, of course, there's rule 4, which is always check your work. So you go back and you look to see how you did every year and compare your results. And again, understand what drove those differences. And was it something that was a modeling error? Or was it an input error and things like that? But with all those rules, let's talk about your process. So I'm talking here from a perspective of a purely throughput, but I'll get to peak load in a second. So you can start with daily profiles, and you can and if you have those daily profiles, because you have AMI data, you should use the AMI data that you have. Sometimes you don't have AMI data for all customers. Customers may be opted out of the option for AMI, or you're in a phased implementation and you don't quite have as much data for all of your customers. So you can still use your AMI data, but you can augment and fill the gaps with the customer data that you have. So you can basically backfill or substitute a low profile from one customer that's very similar to another. Maybe it's a customer next door that has a similar size home, as an example of how you might do that. But if you don't have AMI data, you can still move forward. And this was described a bit with the billing data that was that Ms. Jones talked about, which is you can start with historical monthly bills, and you can understand kind of how much throughput the customer uses based off of their monthly bill. And then you can assign a profile to them using other data sets. I mentioned here Restock and Comstock because they are a reputable data set that is in your backyard in Colorado, sponsored by NREL. And it's a fairly well tested, although the data is a little old. It's based off of 2018 data. But it's still pretty robust, and it gives you a starting point for where you can start to look at these profiles. Now, as I mentioned, I talked about this in terms of 365. You could go all the way to 8760, an hourly forecast. And by having that hourly forecast, you actually can see where the customer is peaking versus when the coincident peak on a particular pipe is happening. So so that's important, and I'll get to that in a second. So now you've got your forecast using what data you have. And then the next thing is to ask yourself, am I going to have new customers? And we always talk in terms, at Kabbalah, we talk in terms of known and unknown load growth. What we mean by known load growth is we actually know that somewhere somebody is installing a new facility and needs a new gas pipeline, and through interconnection activities and so on, or there's a new development that requires gas, although I think Colorado requires all houses to be all electric now. But then there's also so that's known, where you know that there's something and you know where it's happening. Then there's unknown, which is that percentage change in load that's going to happen as a result of increased prosperity, people using more electricity, more gas, and so on. Once you've layered in your forecast, you apply a throughput. Oh, that's actually redundant to the one. I'll go on to the next one. Then you want to go and think through, what is it that this customer is going to do with respect to their gas consumption? How will it change between today and next year, 5 years from now, 10 years from now. And it can change for a number of reasons that Trina already mentioned, which is they can adopt new technologies that reduce their gas consumption, or they can invest in technologies that do fuel substitution, that transition their fuel from mostly all or mostly gas to electric. And so with those two items singularly, we like to call those demand modifiers. And you can think of them as their own 8760 load profile or 365 load profile, whichever level you're at. And you layer that on top of your base forecast. And so now you've got a base forecast for all the customers. Actually, I now know what I was applying here in the slide. You'd forecast the new customers, and then you apply a profile to those new customers. So you're adding new customers to a pipeline, and you're giving them a load profile based off of customers that are similar to them. And then when you get those the demand modifiers, you then basically add them to the base profile, and now you have a new profile for the gas customer that you can reaggregate in all sorts of different ways. So you can aggregate them, you know, to the assets that they use, and you can go all the way up through the assets and say you know, this customer's gas is coming from this pipeline, from this main, from, you know, this compressor, and so on. And you can really understand how that customer's use is impacting your assets all the way up the line. And then what you can do is you can then use that to understand marginal costs. So you can look at what capacity might have to be built on that line, or upstream assets. And you can then quantify the cost of building new capacity. You can quantify the costs of life cycle replacement. So the pipe is about to be, has to have some significant maintenance on it or replacement on it because it's old. And all of those costs, whether they are embedded or future, can be assigned, if you will, to the customer individually, which then allows, because you've got the load profile, you understand their contribution to peak, you can then allocate the costs all the way up and then back again. And that gives you then the ability to actually do cost of service at a premise level. And with that, you can then aggregate cost of service also to the pipes, which helps you in doing evaluations of non-pipe alternatives. So can I go ahead and do something that has a customer use less, which means I save these capacity costs. And then, as we said before, because you've got it at a customer level, you can aggregate at other things, census block, rate class, anything that you can, any kind of metadata you can have on a customer, you can aggregate by that. So I think that's our last slide, Trina. And sorry, I got a little disjointed there in the middle, but I'll stop there, and I think I might have got you some time back, Commissioner.
Right, thank you. Thank you so much, Margot and Trina. I really appreciate it. Just a couple brief questions for you. I did want to clarify. There is no requirement for all electric across the state right now. There are a variety of building codes, building performance standards, in which for new construction or retrofit, that may be a viable path forwards to compliance, but generally not the only path. So did just want to clarify that for the listening audience. So far as I understand it, no requirement. So I know this is kind of like asking you for the answers to the exam ahead of time, but I'm curious, have you done this for any gas utilities, that kind of this bottom up premise level approach? And is there any sort of trending or information about how that forecast then relates to what the previous forecast was? You know, is it always trending in the same direction, or have you noticed any like notable differences from the historical forecast? What results the historical forecasting methodology would have given you?
Yeah, I think the key difference that's happening is the fuel substitution. And that linkage, which we haven't talked a lot about because this is a gas workshop, but the linkage of how that gas usage, the energy that is consumed using gas flips to electricity, and how that impacts the electricity forecast. And so, yeah, we've been working with a few utilities around this issue of how do you think about the gas forecast changing because a customer is buying electricity instead of gas, and then what the impacts of that are. So as an example, in a public document or public study that we did in California, we actually looked at beneficial electrification as part of the electrification impact study we did for the CPUC in California. And there we looked at the substitution effects of taking gas appliances or gas end uses and transferring them to electric and understanding the impact there. And so there's definitely a trend that the gas is declining. Energy efficiency is another big driver as to why we think gas use is declining. And so there's a steady state to it that is problematic, if not declining. I know the gas throughput is declining in many states, and it's creating problems in thinking through the concept of marginal cost. Because what happens with marginal cost is you're looking at how much incremental cost you have versus how much incremental capacity needs you have, which is driven by throughput or load. When throughput's negative, but your costs are positive, you get a negative marginal cost just by the nature of the math. And that's something that you're seeing in a lot of places as well. And so what it does is it drives towards thinking about marginal cost slightly differently. That there's a marginal cost no matter where you are on the system, because you just basically have to look at it from the perspective of, if I needed an extra amount of capacity, this would what my marginal cost would be, as opposed to what it truly is in your planning cycle. But you're definitely seeing the throughput decline. You're definitely seeing, but you're definitely still seeing costs increase. One of the other reasons why you see the cost increase with the throughput design with the throughput decline is because throughput growth is happening in specific areas. So there is throughput growth and there's costs, but it's happening in pockets. And so it's very difficult to sit there and think about a system where your costs are going up and your throughput's going down, but you know in this particular area, throughput's going up and costs are going up. And it's sort of the nature of kind of cost allocation, redesign issues that you might have.
Excellent. You talked about all the things you can kind of do with this customer premise level data once you kind of create or compile that data set. And I was curious, is that generally available like through some software, or it's just once you have this data, you can internally use it for many purposes kind of through your own mechanisms or analysis? Just wondering how you make that actionable. Like, is something else necessary, or the utility would say, now I want to figure out this, and because I have this, I know how to do that?
Yeah. Well, naturally, I'm going to tell you that the Koala platform can do it. But it is, I mean, it's about having the data knitted together, as Trina said. And it's getting all of the data connected together, which means you know the physical side of the gas and you know the customer behavior side, so that you can then basically create a data set that allows you to slice and dice things in different ways. So it is possible. You just have to connect a lot of data together.
Okay.
And a lot of utilities have not done that yet, or are just figuring it out because of the, AMI is still kind of new, particularly on the gas side for folks, and understanding how to bring all these data together. And they're not parts of companies that have generally tied these pieces together. So go ahead, Trina.
Well, the tying the pieces together, it's as much about the tying the pieces together or more about that than like having access to the data. A lot of the data exists Ms. Elder talked about that earlier. I think, you know, all of the prior panelists talked about the wealth of data that's out there. And I feel like I can say this having spent over a decade at the CPUC and almost a decade at one of the California IOUs, that there's so much data that the utilities and the regulatory commissions even, you know, have. It's just that, you know, it's the knitting of it together. The AMI data is really just so incredibly insightful if it is properly knitted together, and that was our takeaway from the first electrification impact study that we did that applied this bottom-up forecasting approach, is that that the information's been invested in through the AMI technology, and unlocking, you know, the value of it is something that we're just starting to explore and realize right now. The knitting, the last thing I'll say on this is that the knitting together of the data is one of the more time-consuming parts of doing a bottom-up analysis, just because they're like that architecture of how it's compiled is very complex, right? And it does require sort of filling gaps or what have you. But it's definitely worth doing.
And for your context in our discussion, we have relatively new AMI rollout on the electric system for public service customers. And I believe they're primarily on AMR kind of technology for gas metering. Ms. Jones can correct me if I'm wrong when we get to the roundtable discussions. I think we asked that question in a previous proceeding. And so just to give you an idea of kind of what technology we're working with, little, if any, AMI on the gas system, to my understanding. And I have one more question before we turn to our next discussion. I know, so you talked a bit about kind of understanding this kind of absent the AMI data, you have to kind of understand what the normal behavior looks like. And I talked with Ms. Jones about this a little too. It's like taking that monthly meter read and trying to disaggregate or get down to, well, what did a normal day look like? What did the worst day look like for this customer? Especially given this somewhat divorce between throughput and capacity, especially if we see people backing up heat pumps with gas, say. And so I was curious, since it's a newer occurrence, the potential to kind of have a heat pump, but maybe someone leaves in their gas furnace for backup, at least for the interim years until it dies, right? Which I think we're thinking happens not an immaterial part of the time, maybe in the implementation of this. Is there any like good data you're seeing about what that behavior looks like? Do we still peak out the same amount on the gas system that we did? Are the heat pumps contributing somewhat to reduction of that peak? You know, like, and then how do you kind of take that data and predict new behavior for this very different type of customer? I wonder what you're seeing in terms of data for how to understand the impact of those type of customers.
Yeah, I think it's still pretty sparse out there. And so again, you go down the path of the demand modifier approach that I mentioned, which is that you're doing your best to reflect it maybe from an engineering perspective, and understanding what the profile might be, and then asking yourself, what are those temperatures when your air source heat pump is not able to sufficiently heat, so then they turn on the auxiliary. I would imagine that I haven't looked into it, but there are probably studies out there. We haven't really done a lot of this in a state that gets as cold as Colorado. So, you know, California doesn't get that cold that you need that much resistance backup. But we are starting to look at that. But I haven't seen anything yet, to be honest. But it's not going to be long.
Yeah. And we've got, I think, like 4 climate zones. So it is a wide array, even within Colorado, what climates you might experience in different areas. So, well, thank you so much for your presentation. I hope you'll be able.
I could add just one last thing that I thought about, which a lot of the other speakers here today have been talking about consistency and transparency. And one of the things that's really great about bottom-up forecasting is it allows for consistency, that you can use the same forecast for your planning, for your operations work, for your rate design, for your cost allocation, for your bill analyses. You can use the same data across the entire company, as opposed to a lot of utilities will have their throughput forecasts, and it's a monthly number, and that goes to finance, and then another number is used for rate design, and another number is used for the planners use another number. And so by getting to a bottom-up forecast, you really drive to that consistency and transparency, because you can see where the load is changing. That then can explain why your forecast was off. Not just it was off, but you can say, hey, this customer group, or this, this type of customer was really off. So I just wanted to mention that as an added benefit.
Excellent, thank you. Yeah, and we've tried to some degree to kind of acknowledge the need for that consistency, especially between our clean heat planning and the gas infrastructure planning, to have essentially the same forecast underpinning both those, one which I think admittedly is more throughput focused and one more capacity focused, but that kind of the data driving them ideally should be based off similar parameters. So thank you. And thank you for your presentation. I hope you'll stick around for a little more Q&A roundtable at the end. Very much appreciate it. Next up, I want to invite Dan Shea from City and County of Denver to join me. Hey, Dan, how's it going?
Hey, Commissioner Gilman. Great. Good to see you today. Thanks for fighting through however you're feeling today to make this conversation happen. It's been some really great presentations and information.
Yeah, I was happy I didn't have to do most of the talking. But this one I scoped a little differently, so sorry about
If
that.
you'd known, you might not have decided on the Q&A format.
So it came up a little bit in our last workshop, and I wanted to invite you. Certainly, we couldn't invite every possible jurisdiction who might pursue some of the neighborhood scale alternative projects that are indicated in House Bill 1370, but wanted to just kind of kickstart this conversation with you. And as always, this docket, we can accept comments from any other jurisdictions, anyone else who has input, but I thought this would be a good way to kind of start the conversation. So in I think our last workshop, we were talking about system mapping and things, and really trying to understand in part now the interrelationship of that with the potential for some of these neighborhood scale projects that we see introduced in House Bill 241370. I'm really trying to just get my arms around, is there any linkage here to the GIP process, to what data and mapping and information will be available through the GIP process, and kind of should we be considering what municipalities or jurisdictions might need as part of that broader context, or is it really a separate thing? So that's what I think this worked a little better as a conversation. So I guess just to kick us off, in light of the potential for those neighborhood scale projects, what process do you see Denver using to try to identify those target projects and areas, and what data do you think that necessitates from you to be available from the company for you all to really actively engage in that effort?
Yeah, and I was glad that the conversation in the second workshop touched on this, because I do think it was a good catch, I think, by Mr. Hay, who noted this. But Denver, we have 225,000 gas customers, and our goal is to drive that number down year over year, and not just throughput, but the number of customers. So this process is really important to us. We feel that the legislation really supports that initiative, and links pretty closely to the GIP. So this conversation today just sort of reiterates that the gas system is a really complex system, and we will need to contract with external expertise to perform the type of assessment that we think will help to identify both technically viable and cost-effective projects that we can then bring back to the company. There's also the community engagement piece that we will have to engage with potential affected neighborhoods and gauge customer support. There's different sort of requirements for the 2026 and 2027 applications. In terms of the actual mapping and sort of data requirements, which I think is more the focus here, that interconnection between the two. In listening to the discussion in the prior workshop, I think there's a lot of overlap that would make looking at these two processes simultaneously a really efficient sort of use of time. Us and our contractor would need substantial access to system mapping and other data to conduct a legitimate analysis and make sure that the projects we are looking to bring forward and further analyze with public service have legs. And I think a lot of the information around the map being GIS based and interactive, authorized individuals only having access after completing an NDA to enable more detailed and granular data to be available based on specific data on each pipeline segment. I will plan on submitting comments in this docket to sort of outline a lot of what we think will be necessary. But the hydraulic modeling that was discussed earlier, I think is a great example of we want to be able to have that independent analysis performed, and we think that through the legislation and the GIP, there is substantial overlap there to justify considering the two to ensure we're not having public service duplicate efforts on essentially a standard tool that we're working to develop.
That's helpful. In looking down the road at the potential implementation, or I guess investigation first, then implementation of any neighborhood scale alternative projects, what do you anticipate kind of that timeline would look like? And I apologize, I didn't brush up on my 1370 timeline, but what are you looking at our GIP cycle and what information might be available when, what do you anticipate kind of the city and county will need by when to really be able to identify potential projects?
So I can fill you in on some of the timelines for 1370, but I think one of the big ones is April 30th of 2025. CEO and public service have to file the results of the request for information and identify the gas playing pilot communities and establish a draft agreement that would outline the data sharing sort of requirements. So we think that's a really important element, and we'll be participating in any stakeholdering and providing comments on framing that. I know the GIP is scheduled for, I believe it was May 2025, and a lot of the capabilities that were discussed by the other parties in the prior workshop were geared toward having a mapping system available by that point to be able to, for the parties to be able to utilize. as far as 1370, we sort of anticipate the kind of deadline being for when we would hope this information under 1370 and through the agreement would be available by October 1, 2025, which is essentially the date when public service and the selected gas planning pilot communities would it's the deadline for executing those agreements. And we would request that that information be available upon execution of the agreement around that time. Therefore, we think that the capabilities in some ways are tied to what will be developed for the GIP. There may be the potential for some minor improvements, but I would also echo some of the other parties in saying we would sort of recommend building toward an end state, sort of an ideal end state. And maybe there's version 1.0 is available for the GIP. There might be a slightly improved version for 1370, and then potentially for the another available for the 2027 application. I do think that given some of the data sharing challenges we have had with public service, having that full and substantial and complete data available upon execution of the agreement is going to be incredibly important to ensuring that we're able to meet the deadlines that are established for those applications, and to ensure that we've really fully vetted those projects and have a strong case to make.
Thanks. And just thinking through all the kind of gas venues we have now, right? All new, mostly new. But we have the GIP that's intended to be on a 2-year cycle on the odd years, more or less. Then the Clean Heat Plan, we're expecting the next in 2026 summer. And then we have these activities that will go on under 1370, which clearly could implicate both of those processes, your infrastructure planning, as well as kind of carbon related to any of these projects. I don't know if you have any initial preview for us or idea, like to use Trina's term, how do we knit all of this together? Like, I think we've already been discussing in those existing venues how the GIP and the Clean Heat Plan kind of transfer information back and forth. So I don't know if you had any initial thoughts on what's the staging of this? How does information kind of move? Do you have the proper venues? I don't know. We're probably over our skis to understand if 1370 implicates like new specific proceedings, but just curious if you had any idea on how you might see it playing out.
Those are great questions. I think from our perspective, again, this sort of further justifies linking this initiative in terms of the mapping and the data that will be available under the GIP, and sort of building toward that end state that I think some of the other parties, the ability to, I think it was Miss Horner today noted the importance of being able to overlay the electric distribution infrastructure over the gas mapping infrastructure, and the importance of, it's not just gas. There's all of this is also tied into electric system planning, and so that end state is really what I think this tool can link a number of these different proceedings and be a unifying sort of presence. And I think in terms of the venues, I think we've assumed that this would be a sort of standalone applications that I don't know if they would be, but it would be separate from the GIP, separate from Clean Heat. They might be incorporated in some ways, but given the nature of the legislation, it seems like these are at the moment precise sort of demonstration concepts and projects that we would be working to pursue, and then ideally be able to demonstrate their efficacy and incorporate into future planning, the GIP in the future. So I think that would, with those two applications in 2026 and 2027, those projects, I believe, can span a number of years. And I think it's just a matter of how successful that is and how successful we can be in demonstrating the potential for those types of projects. Ultimately, I think we would love to see something like this incorporated into the GIP.
Okay, great. I'm happy to have you add anything more if you want. That's kind of the initial thoughts I had in understanding how this all fits together, and a relatively new statute in the framework of all of this. But I don't want us to miss something that we should be kind of understanding as far as relationships as we move forward, understanding the trajectory of some of this information for the GIP.
I would only say in terms of the 1370 does sort of allow the sort of waiver of certain data privacy rules that might be beneficial, that would be beneficial certainly in terms of there is obviously a very important rationale behind the 1515 rule, for example, but that can be a roadblock to getting the type of granular information that we would envision needing for this initiative. And so I think, understanding that there is a process that has been used for sharing confidential and highly confidential information through the commission between parties. The execution of an NDA, as Ms. Elder noted earlier, for some of this, especially when we're talking about municipalities that obviously have the same public safety interests in mind. All of that is, I think, important. And then also ensuring that one thing that we've run into in the past as well is resourcing and staffing at sort of constraints at public service around some of these issues. So ensuring that there's that they have what they need to be able to step up and develop some of these tools that I think a lot of the parties agree are important to have available.
Excellent. Well, thank you. Thanks for joining me today. I didn't want to leave that one hanging from the last workshop, and I wanted to at least make sure we're thinking of it in the broader context of where the GIP is going. And like I mentioned before, apologies, we did not extend a very wide invitation to all sorts of municipalities or jurisdictions to join us. I just wanted to get the conversation started, and very happy to accept comments within this proceeding on this or whatever other topic strikes folks who want to comment. Be happy to accept those and obviously read through those so we can get a broader understanding of where people are on this issue. So thanks, Mr. Shea. I really appreciate it. And thanks for hanging with us. I mean, it sounded like you enjoyed it and and learned a lot. So thanks for hanging with us for the workshop to get to this portion.
I did very much enjoy it, and I appreciate the opportunity and you specifically calling this out as an item worth addressing. So thank you, and I'll be around in case there's any additional questions that you may have.
Excellent, thanks. So I'd like to invite all of our previous panelists, if you would, to join me. I have a few questions left over that I just didn't want to go over too badly on any of the specific times at the time, but also happy to have any discussion amongst you all. If you had questions for each other, y'all more expert on most of these issues, and obviously I'm struggling to speak today, so I won't overdo more than I need to. I wanted to start out with Ms. Michaels, Mr. Neem. Am I saying your name right? I hope so.
Nimi.
Nimi. Okay, sorry about that.
Close.
So non-energy benefits, just wanted to get into kind of any guidelines or thoughts you have with regard to cost benefit analysis relating to non-energy benefits. I mean, we already kind of talked about equity as that is probably a separate thing in your opinion. You don't lump it in to the non-energy benefits. But as we look especially kind of particularly some issues having to do with combustion of gas, indoor air quality, outdoor pollutants, and some of these other issues, aside from carbon, which is separately accounted for. Do you have any guidance as to kind of what gets included? Where can we look to better understand the universe of what should be included there, especially as this one might be slightly different than some electric applications, possibly?
Yeah, so I'll start. And let me start by parsing the term non-energy benefits into at least two buckets. There's non-energy benefits that you could associate with what you might call program participants or host customers. So, those customers who are getting a heat pump to electrify or insulation upgrade to weatherize their house. Those benefits, whether some of which are health and safety, indoor air quality, comfort, reduced stress if they're lower income home on their ability to pay their bills. There can be a whole range of those benefits that are beyond the energy savings that accrue to participants in a program. And that's true whether it's like a statewide or utility service territory wide efficiency program or electrification program or a geographically targeted one to defer a distribution system investment. Those should be accounted for if your policies tell you, your state's policies tell you that host customer or participant impacts are an important policy consideration in your state. So if you go through your assessment of your state's policies and there's a determination that those participant or host customer impacts are important, then you should account for them as comprehensively as you can. It's obviously challenging to put dollar values on every single one of those things. And I think in our slide deck, Julie had a list of a dozen or more of them. But you can come up with proxies that are at least attempting to cover the breadth of those impacts by looking at what other states have done to try to quantify them if you don't have the resources to quantify them immediately yourselves. Then there's the other bucket of non-energy, what are sometimes called non-energy benefits that are not particular to the individuals who participate in a program, a utility ratepayer funded program, but are more kind of broader societal, like public health benefits from reduced emissions of particulates and NOx and other criteria pollutants. And there, again, we go back to your state's policies. Is it a policy goal of your state to have energy policy decisions made in part out of concern or consideration for those kinds of impacts? And if your kind of assessment of your policy goals suggests that it is, then you would want to try to quantify them. And on that front, the US EPA actually has some really good tools for the electric grid to try to estimate the kind of marginal impacts of adding load or subtracting load from the grid on those kind of pollutants, and then for estimating the effects that those reductions or increases would have on the populations in your state. And then there are also factors that you could apply to the gas system too. So I'll pause there. Does that address your question?
Yeah, I mean, I think in part you addressed it by saying it's complicated.
Yeah.
And it's complicated, but I think knowing where to look, what to refer to, where to start the conversation is probably a good help to it.
I would just add, Commissioner, that this issue of symmetry, this is a tough issue. You went right to one of the more perhaps contentious issues that sometimes come up in discussions with states. in terms of, what is the full range of those non-energy benefits, especially to the occupants of the buildings in which you're, where there can be an impact, and how to decide whether are we really going to try to quantify and monetize this by doing primary research, which can be very expensive, to are we going to come up, as Chris said, some kind of a proxy adder that is oftentimes negotiated with parties to come up with something that is reasonable enough and everybody can agree to. And then further, if you're looking to create some consistency in CBAs or BCAs across the different DER types that you're looking at, so beyond natural gas, for example, programs, do you want to have consistency in how you're including non-energy benefits? And in the work that we've done, when you start talking about, okay, well, we have pretty good data over here for efficiency, and maybe there's even been some data on health impacts in homes that have been weatherized, or where we've removed, where gas has been replaced with electric. There might be some information more readily available for efficiency. But then if you go over and say, okay, now we're using the same framework to analyze electric vehicle related investments, and we should be including those benefits there too, to create consistency in how we're valuing these, resources. What data is out there for, what is the value to customers for buying an EV or getting benefiting the installation of a charging infrastructure, or similarly for storage. So it creates this broader question of, can we be consistent? And this came up in Maryland, and frankly, there was a decision, it's before the commission, as to whether is there a priority and is there some longer term play in terms of, let's make this priority that we want to quantify and capture, but we're committed to trying to capture in these other non-energy benefits more broadly over time. We just can't do it all at once. And so and then yet in other states, in Minnesota and in New Hampshire, the stakeholders ultimately said, nope, we don't want to include these impacts in our primary test. We might consider in our secondary test to inform program design and the like, but we don't want to be arguing over the right values. It's too hard. We're just not including them at all. But they might include some societal non-energy benefits. There's just the host customer ones. And that's what makes a jurisdiction specific test different than a traditional test. In your expanded TRC, a TRC includes host customer impacts. And the NSPM basically says, look, jurisdiction X, Y, or Z, whether or not you include host customer impacts depends on your policies. If it's dictated that you need to account for this, you probably ought to include it. If it's not, you want to have symmetry, you want to make sure you're including costs and benefits, it's okay to not include it, but still include societal impact. So that's just a different way of looking at things. And there's, honestly, at the end of the day, there's no right answer. It's really about the pros and cons of either approach.
And they're not always benefits, by the way. There are some non-energy costs, like think about EVs, range anxiety, would be one example of a non-energy cost, for example.
Thank you for that. Ms. Jones, I wanted to go back to you. I hope you don't sound like me by now, but I wanted to check in on some of what you heard from Kavala about the bottom-up forecasting in the first workshop, which feels like a million years ago. I think you had talked a bit about public services plans to kind of improve forecasts and what incrementally. And I wonder how kind of what you all foresee as the end state or the ideal kind of way to get this information comports with some of what we heard today, or if you all were planning something different. So just wanted to get kind of in part a reaction to kind of the concepts on the bottom up or kind of premise level forecasting. that then gets aggregated. And if you can compare that to what you see as public services plans related to forecasting.
Yeah, thanks, Commissioner Gilman. I am sounding better than you, so I apologize and not to brag. I think I will actually ask John Goodenough, who has been able to join us now, to join me on camera as well to help answer your question in relation to the Kavala questions. I think the majority of what Kavala spoke about today was really geared towards throughput, and that is the subject matter expert of my counterpart, John. So John, if you wouldn't mind. And we're having some technical details. John is experiencing a frozen computer. So maybe we come back to that question in a moment. Would that be amendable? Oh,
there we go.
Seem to have unfrozen. So I appreciate the question, Commissioner Gilman. And to introduce myself, since I haven't spoken today, I'm John Goodenough, the Director of Sales, Energy, and Demand Forecasting at Excel. And I was a presenter in the first workshop that you mentioned in talking about kind of the evolution of particularly throughput forecasting and how we intend to incorporate new information in order to do more granular forecasting. The one thing I will say is it's right in line with a lot of what Kavala spoke about, using the socioeconomic data at the kind of those more regional levels or the income data to really identify customers that are likely to electrify, based on customers that we've seen electrify, what are their characteristics, who is kind of the next tranche of customers that's likely to electrify, and then, translating that over to the gas side as well. Where there's a bit of limitation from what Kavala was speaking to, and you highlighted this, we don't have much AMI data or any AMI data really on the gas side for our mass market customers at least. So we will be a bit limited in the kind of load profile changes, the way that we can do the analysis of the load profile changes. I think Ms. Jones talked earlier about the ability of the CMM to kind of tease some of that out if we see a customer kind of electrify but still have gas backup, to be able to maybe factor in some of those like through that process as opposed to directly through AMI data. But yeah, largely in line with kind of the approach that we plan to take as we develop those more granular forecasts. The one thing I'd like to add to maybe what Kavala mentioned is they alluded to it being a lot of data to stitch together, a lot of new models to develop, a lot of new kind of analytics to put around those models, and that all takes time. So we can't just start doing that tomorrow, right? We are in the process of collecting that data, developing those models. We'll continue to work on that, and then once we have the models developed, we'll want to make sure we can rely on them for planning, and then we'll start to kind of incorporate them into the planning process.
Thanks. Kind of related to that, and this might be a question for you, Mr. Goodenough, I'm not sure. But all of the richness of data we're talking about in terms of either understanding and somehow linking in a data file what this customer has done, and they live in this location, and now here's their usage, to the potential location of an NPA and doing a cost benefit analysis that actually looks at that data, to the hydraulic modeling that takes into account that customer, kind of relies, it seems to me, on the richness of a platform to be able to accept, analyze, track, and kind of properly assign this data and make it accessible so that every new thing we want to do with that data doesn't cost $30 million and take 2 years, So I just want to maybe understand from the company, do you, feel as though what you have structurally for software or tracking or customer management, I don't even know what to call it, provides a proper platform? Are you looking at other platforms? Like, do you see what you have now as an impediment or an enabler to build this structure of data and information that can track at such a granular level and predict at such a granular level the type of things we're talking about?
Sure, I can probably talk about a piece of that, kind of that bigger puzzle, and maybe Ms. Jones can weigh in as well on kind of after the data handoff. But we're developing, as I said, we're developing those more granular forecasts. We are, it's a fairly extensive project that we're undertaking, and it is setting up a load forecasting platform within the company in order to to do multiple things. One is create these like a base forecast, be able to run scenarios, and be able to link the electric and the gas side. So our intent is to hand off at whatever level of granularity or whatever data format Ms. Jones needs in order to kind of put that into her models. We will be able to create that and replicate it and be able to create scenarios around that, fairly easily.
Yeah, and I'll jump in here as well. Thanks, John. To his point as well, I think that the forecasting is just a portion of what we need to consider when we look at gas planning and the evolution of the gas system through this energy transition. So we have been kind of working with industry experts to determine whether or not a different tool may be beneficial. And I think I alluded to in the last commissioner information meeting that I believe that there is some expansion of tools that could help support a more efficient gas planning process, but developing exactly what that tool looks like, I think is still TBD. And the reason for that is because we're so new. And I think that public service is lucky to be one of the partners kind of leading the energy transition. So we're trying to take the lessons learned from industry experts to figure out what sort of platform is the best in order to start looking at our system in different ways and layers.
Thanks. And maybe just another follow-up for you, Ms. Jones, related to the hydraulic modeling and information. Certainly heard and understood your concerns for system security and kind of the sanctity of the data contained in there, but also to understand kind of the needs of either communities evaluating neighborhood scale alternatives or vetting that might happen even at the commission level of the impacts of different forecasts on that. Do you see a pathway for any more targeted sharing of that data, either with the commission or specifically with the communities that might be looking at neighborhood alternatives to enable those processes to move forward?
Yeah, great question. I think without representation from our corporate security and legal representatives, I'm probably a little bit out of my breath to figure out how we might be able to transfer some of the necessary data. But I do think it's important when we are in these types of situations to really dig out the details as to what information is absolutely necessary in order to make an informed decision and what information is just providing additional risk to the customers. So that's perhaps something I would leave us with, something to ponder, is that perhaps access to the hydraulic model isn't necessary if we can look at maps or other tools that could provide the same amount of information on the hydraulic feasibility and sort of demographics of the customers.
Excellent. Well, I don't actually have any more questions that I wrote down during the day today, but happy to entertain if any of you have questions for each other or any kind of closing remarks. I'm happy to have that occur because you all have such a wealth of knowledge. I feel like each time you all speak, I learn something. So happy to open the floor if there are any kind of questions that would help in all of our understanding, or any kind of closing remarks to wrap up some of your thoughts for the day. It's a jump ball.
Commissioner, I'll throw out one for you, and that is, because of this data security concern, there are ways that you can use an independent reviewer so that all of the detailed data doesn't ever have to be revealed in public, but you still have the confidence, or our friends at the city of Denver have the confidence that somebody who is competent and qualified looked at the utility modeling and concurs with the outcome, or doesn't concur with the outcome and says, oh, you should change this scenario thus and so, and get an alternative. And that is not, would not be an unreasonable thing to do, to require a utility to participate in. So I'll just throw that suggestion out for you.
Thanks. I think that was a better thought out version of the question I just asked, in terms of is there some avenue that's not give it to everyone, but that is to ensure either the commission or these communities have some sort of way to participate or verify in a way that does not, broadly risk the information being available. So sounds like Ms. Jones will give her legal team some homework on what's happening.
I would just add, Commissioner Gilman, a slightly different application of this in the work that we're doing on the distributional equity analysis in Illinois. The lead consultant Synapse has entered into NDAs with ComEd and Ameren. So to be able to, much of the discussion here is like looking at these geospatial maps, right, and trying to get data at different granular levels. And they're trying to, there's a set of metrics that we're looking at in terms of assessing what these impacts are on the priority populations as they're defined. And so trying to get the data from the utilities at certain granular level that then can be mapped over with census tract data and so forth is one way. And it's using it's not using the utilities sort of, modeling tool, if you will, because in this space, the Synapse is using an internal tool, although consulting with some other tools. But I think that's an example of, and then it gets aggregated up, right? There's sort of like this initial data disaggregated in a way to be able to better map data. And then, and I think there's even an attempt to look at outages. So there's different types of data at the circuit levels that they're trying to look at. So that's how that approach has worked. And it's a little different than what we're talking about here, but it occurred to me that that's a similar type of analysis, looking at what the impacts of, these programs are at a portfolio level, at different level, at impacting these different populations.
Thank you. Mr. Shea, you have something to add?
No, I'd just like to say I appreciate the comments that were just raised on this issue. I think I'm glad that we're getting this sort of head start on the conversation, because in a lot of cases it's sort of understanding those basic parameters. Obviously, the company has their own. They need to through their interpretation of rules and policies make their determination. So I would just encourage, again, just sort of as much as that can be made explicit and clear, either through commission directive or through that agreement, which public service and CEO will be working on. I think all of that is sort of, we're all driving toward that same goal. And so, but I'm glad we've got a lot of road ahead of us, and I'm glad we're having this conversation now, so that by, from our perspective, October of next year, ideally a lot of this is those bumps in the road are ironed out.
Get out our giant road iron. I do like that visual though. Any other closing thoughts for today? Yeah, Mr. Nimi.
I was really intrigued by the presentation from the Kavala folks, and I was just curious about whether you all know of examples of gas utilities that are today doing this bottom-up, customer-specific forecasting, or are in the process of transitioning to do that. If you can share the names of any of those utilities, in particular, if there are any that are doing it without AMI data.
We are not seeing any of them do it in a regulatory space yet. We are seeing utilities do it from electric for the electrical planning, and as in fact we did a study like that for Ameren's grid plan that you've already mentioned, and so that's an example of how bottom-up forecasting is starting to show up in a regulatory space, as well as the CPUC work and the DOE work. So it's still a fairly new idea on either side, but I'd say the electric side is a little ahead in part because of the pressures of the direct pressures of electrification and the challenges of interconnection. While on the gas side, it's this interesting dynamic, because if you're a joint utility with both gas and electric, you have one perspective, and if you're just a gas, you have a different perspective. So there's different objectives that end up coming into the forecasting, depending upon the type of utility you are.
That makes sense.
And in a lot of our utilities, I'll just add, are the ones that we are working with on the electric side are now talking with us about it, asking us this same question, like, could we apply this on the gas side? I'll say that. The electrification, as Margaret said, the drive to get electric infrastructure built is sort of the opposite factor than on the gas side, which is like just quantifying, the retirement cost. And so, I think it's understandable that there's a lag there, right?
Yeah, makes sense.
And I'll add what's really interesting to me. You mentioned that in the cost benefit analysis that stranded costs don't matter. And as an economist, you're right, fixed costs don't, or sunk costs don't matter. But what's interesting about stranded costs in our industry is it depends on how those get recovered. And sometimes they can get accelerated, which creates a time value component to those costs. And so, and who pays the stranded costs can sometimes be very different than who would have paid for the asset if it has stayed in service. So there's a lot of really interesting questions on the gas and the cost recovery side that are going to get talked about more and more as we see more and more electrification.
Yeah, that makes a ton of sense. I'll just say, just to clarify, once the costs have been incurred, they don't matter from a benefit cost perspective, but they obviously do matter from a rates perspective and equity perspective. But thinking about them, or the potential for them, and the ability to avoid them before they are incurred can be, as part of scenario analysis, can and should be part of benefit cost assessments. Unfortunately, an aspect of benefit cost analyses that's relatively rarely done today.
Yeah, no, I agree. Once they've been spent, I'm talking more of like auxiliary financing costs that tend to pop up in these recovery mechanisms. But yeah.
Mr. Nemi, just to make sure I'm not mixing my concepts, is what you just discussed kind of the same idea that we discussed earlier on that risk profile and kind of the probability something doesn't become necessary, becomes stranded, same concept?
Yes.
Okay. It's late in the day. I want to make sure I'm not missing anything. Nothing's
No, you're spot on.
Okay, excellent. Any other closing thoughts?
Yeah, Commissioner Gilman, if I may, I have a question as well as a comment, and I'll start with my question first. So this question is for Kavala. Thank you all for joining us today to share. One thing that I'm really interested in as a gas strategic planner is the concept of the design day peak hour gas demand forecast, obviously. And one thing that you mentioned as being a critical data input into developing a more granular forecasting is customer data and information as to where within our system we are experiencing an uptick in electrification adoption through beneficial electrification. And as you may know, the company is on the very beginning stages of starting to implement our clean heat plan as approved by the commission. So do you have any recommendations as to how many years or a timeline of how much data would be determined, statistically significant enough for us to start really drilling down onto what areas or populations or demographics may be experiencing higher levels of beneficial electrification as compared to others? Trying to really ground us in the time frame and where we're at today, which is the very beginning, and how long it might take us to get meaningful data.
Yeah, that's a great question, because part of the challenge is that the timing is going to be very different for different areas. And so some places will be very accelerated in their movements and others will be very lagged. I'm of a mind that you can, if you can use a year's worth of AMI data to get the load patterns that you want to see. The adoption propensity, as we call it, so the probability that customers will adapt, you can borrow from other utilities who have, so looking at utility adoption in demographics from, say, California, where you're seeing a lot more. California is a good example for EVs and PVs, not necessarily for heat pumps, but you can start to look, you can also borrow on others' information. And so there are entities out there, Kabbalah is one, that, you know, can they develop these machine learning models, AI basically, to then train models to better improve adoption propensity. And so that you can borrow from the learnings of other utilities. But I would say that, you know, you can start doing it now, but I really don't think you're going to, until you start having a fair amount of adoption in your own service territory, it's going to take at least 2 to 3 years worth of data where you're seeing the transition and you can identify the transition. I'll speak from electric vehicles because everybody can get electric vehicles a little bit easier. It's like, you don't necessarily, unlike rooftop solar or other things, you don't know that the customer has changed something behind the meter. And so like EVs are that way, heat pumps are that way. So unless they've gone through some sort of incentive program or something like that, it's very hard to identify who it was. You can do load disaggregation and say, statistically, I looked at this load shape and wow, that's a load shape that a heat pump looks like. The challenge that you will have is getting to that set of data that you feel is representative, excuse me, of your service territory. And you have 4 climate zones. So even across the 4 climate zones, it's that adoption propensity. And so what we recommend when you have that uncertainty is you run those scenarios. So you look at high adoption scenarios and low adoption scenarios and see how those, how that adoption changes and the sensitivity specifically to your asset of that change. So as you look at you go and you kind of identify kinds of risk assessment, you identify those high risk assets that are on the verge of having a capacity issue, or a throughput issue. You can start to identify it more on a risk basis is what I'm getting at. And so you do that on both the electric and the gas side, frankly. But I'm saying 2 to 3 years is probably reasonable, although you can, like I said, try to use scenarios to at least bookend it.
Could I add one thing?
Yeah.
Just to consider, because I think this is complicated. There are, in addition to different climate zones, you also have the issue that there are many flavors of electrification of space heating. There's the customer who just installs a heat pump to, to the same provide the same cooling capacity as their central air conditioner and might only meet 50% of the heating load. Then there's the one that installs a hybrid heat pump that is going to meet 95% of the load, but not much at the peak hour. And then there's the one that's going to fully electrify, and there's probably others in between. And then there's the fact that cold climate heat pump performance has been getting better and better over time. So one of those flavors today might not meet any of the peak hour demands that in 5 or 10 years from now, they may be providing the whole need of the house at -15. So it is really complicated, and I think you probably could benefit if you may be doing this already, but if you aren't, you could probably benefit from doing, picking some sample of customers that are doing all of those different flavors and doing, end use metering on them, so that you can actually collect the data and understand what their load profiles look like, and how they might evolve over time, and then factor that into your forecasting, which it will take a little while. That still takes a little while, but I think this is still a little bit of a moving and evolving, and is going to continue to be an evolving target.
I think that's right. And I think, you know, so it's your sample size is getting smaller and smaller because the technologies are very diverse. And you can even, you know, layer on top of that factors such as the home's age and insulation and all of those other things that keep reducing your or creating more and more buckets, if you will, of customer types.
Thank you. That's the only question I had. I just wanted to go ahead and thank Commissioner Gilman and all of you for attending today. It was very thought-provoking, and it's very exciting to have so many thought partners in industry that we can collaborate with moving forward. So thank you on behalf of Public Service Company of Colorado and myself personally.
Thanks, Ms. Jones. And I would point out we have a data request or information, I forget what we called it, that we have put out. And to some degree, this relates to some of those questions, trying to understand who knows what, especially through like incentive programs about what backup people are using. Can we identify the customers? Can we understand the size and the backup we're using, you know, and then what can we understand from that? But first and foremost, who's collecting what data was part of what we were asking, and that to really understand the crux of this question. Can we get to step 2 of figuring out, are there people we can track or look at and understand, at least to my thoughts on some of what we've asked already. But well, I really wanted to sincerely thank all of you for joining us. You're just a wonderful group of professionals to learn from and to understand kind of what the future looks like in some of these areas. And so really thank you for sharing your time and expertise, not just today, but in preparing the meeting with us to kind of scope out what we were talking about today. So really very much appreciate all of your efforts and thoughts and expertise that you have to lend to this conversation. And just to recap for anyone who's still on with us at the exact hour 4 point, what we foresee and foresaw in the work plan we laid out just for transparency purposes was that we expect the next step of this will likely be me issuing a decision looking for proposals from the company on how they expect to address these 3 areas in the next gas infrastructure plan, which we expect in 2025, and likely the longer term view as well, and the evolution of where we hope to get with some of these issues as an ideal kind of end state, or at least longer term vision on where we can get. I expect I'll spend a little time with my team, Ms. Jones, helping to provide any kind of guidance or detail that we expect to be included within those proposals, so we can kind of be as specific as might be necessary to ensure that what we see as kind of the pertinent information gets covered in those proposals. And then we anticipate having a period of time where we will allow our stakeholders to respond to those proposals as we laid out in that work plan. So I think we're generally staying the course with what you saw there, but just to lay that out. Then what we initially contemplated was potentially a workshop to kind of round it out and see where we have consensus, where we're still apart, you know, and what that path forward looks like. So I've got no changes as of now to what we foresaw as that work plan, and hope that was helpful in laying that out. Something new we tried just for transparency and to help everyone involved in the proceeding plan what we see coming next. So that is still what I see coming next. And with that, just thank you all for joining us. I learned a lot. Really, really appreciate you all being willing to share with us, and look forward to seeing you all in the future for sure. So with that, we are all done today. I don't know that we're adjourned because I don't think it was ever that official, but we're done today. So enjoy, and thank you all so much.
Thank you. Good to meet everybody. Thank
Thanks
you.
so much. Appreciate it.
Bye-bye.